What brings you?
Greetings.
What brings you here? Goddess watch over you.
Peace be with you. Go in peace. Greetings.
Hi.
Greetings. Good luck, friend.
How may I help? Goddess bless you. May the stars guide you.
Well, very nice to meet you, first of all.
So nice to meet you too.
Thanks for coming here. Is this your first time in Texas?
No, I've been here before.
You've been to Austin before?
Yes.
So for people who don't know your story, I'm just going to give them a primer, just to sort of establish your history. You were born in North Korea, and you escaped North Korea when you were 13. Is that how old you were?
Mm-hmm.
I think we should start off with what it was like living in North Korea. I saw your interview with Jordan Peterson, and it was incredibly moving, and it was incredibly disturbing and eye-opening, and it's hard to believe for people that don't know what life is like in North Korea, the reality of you growing up in North Korea. But just talking about how you essentially had no food, and you would go looking for bugs to eat.
Yeah.
This was the reality of your existence as a child, that there was no protein.
Yeah.
Now that you live here in America and you can kind of eat whatever you want, when you look back on that, what does it seem like to you? Does it seem like reality? Does it seem like a dream? What does your childhood seem like?
Sometimes this feels like dream.
This feels like a dream.
Yeah, so I pinched myself a lot in the beginning because they say if it's not dream, it hurts, right? When you
Right.
pinch yourself. So a lot of times I pinch myself because sometimes I'm really horrified if I wake up from this that I'm gonna wake up in my living room in North Korea. So it's sometimes that line is very blurry to me. And because the one common thing that North Koreans all have is actually in our dreams when we sleep, it's back in North Korea. So in our dream, we somehow never able to escape it. So every day my mom wakes up, like she tells me about story how she was back in North Korea. And I have the exact same thing. No matter what, how many years we left afterwards, in our dreams we are still in that country.
So that's the nightmare. The nightmare is that you're still trapped in North Korea. When you lived there, you didn't know that there was another way to live.
No, it's like here right now we cannot imagine a life in some different planet in the universe, right? We just don't know what that life looks like. Exactly the same thing. I never knew the life in different planet could be like.
And where you lived in North Korea, there was no internet.
Yeah.
There's very little electricity, right? And how much education did you get?
I never even seen the map of the world. So as even Asian, I did not even know that I was Asian. So the regime told me I was a Kim Il-sung race.
Kim Il-sung race.
Yeah, and then the North Korean calendar begins when Kim Il-sung was born. That's like to Taiwan, that our history begins. So I don't even know what Jesus Christ is. And I don't know anything before him. So There was everything before Kim. The history was erased for us. And but the thing is that we are hungry, we're starving. If you eat breakfast, you worry about lunch. If you make it to dinner, you are not sure if you're gonna make it to tomorrow. So in that scenario, who thinks about history? Nobody thinks about anything other than surviving, and that is why precisely Kim Jong-un keeping us starving mode. Even though the UN, the international organizations, begging to give food and formula to North Korean people, but Kim Jong-un is saying no to this food aid because he doesn't want us to be fed.
So he's purposely starving the people to keep them weak so that all they think about is surviving, so they don't think about revolution.
It's a Hunger Games. It's like when I was reading this book, Hunger Games, I literally like, oh my god, this person copied North Korea. There's a capital. We divide into 13 different districts. Capital people have everything they need. And on other provinces, their own purpose, they're being starved. So only thing you can think of your survivor. If we are full in your stomach, right, you're gonna start thinking about meaning of life, art, what's out there in the universe. You can do all of that higher thinking when you are full in your stomach. But when you're hungry, the only thing that matters is your hunger.
When did North Korea become what it is now? When did it shift to this totalitarian regime that's starving its people and puts people in these classifications? Like for one example, one of the classifications is if your grandfather or great grandfather committed some sort of a sin, you are perpetually punished for that.
Yeah.
Everyone in your generation, your next generation, all of them are guilty.
Yeah, forever. There's no redemption. If the one person commits a crime in that family clan, 3 to 8 generations gotta be purged.
How many generations?
3 to 8 generations.
3 to 8.
Yes. Mostly commonly 3, but the people like who challenge the regime or challenge the leader, then 8 generations get
8
purged.
generations.
Yeah.
And then after the 8th generation, are they absolved?
No, they are gone.
They're all gone.
Look, by 8 generation, you even kill the in-laws of somebody in-law. So not even the blood you get purged. If your cousin, somebody marrying the in-law of somebody, so there was one official who escaped, 35,000 people were purged. A lot of them, 80% of them, did not even know that they were related to this person.
Wow.
Yeah, cousins of cousins, somebody. That's how they get rid of the root of entire this clan.
When did this all start?
When Kim Il-sung came into power, so he was a big Marxist and Leninist, and he was a communist. So before the Korean War in 1948, that's when he began this in the name of equality, right? Let's take everything back from the capitalist. Let's nationalize the land, get rid of private property. But he made North Korea into very unequal society, dividing people into 50 different classes.
50.
Yeah.
And the way the classes worked, you couldn't marry up.
No.
Say, like, if you were a higher class and a man wanted to marry you, if he was lower class, you would then become a lower class as well.
That's how they prevent the mixing with the class. So there's no marrying up. You only go down.
So no matter what happens, if you are at a lower class, you stay there forever.
Forever. No chance of moving out of that zone.
And it has it's not based on merit, it's not based on your performance, it's not based on anything other than the way you were born.
No. This is when I was confused. When I went to South Korea, people say, if you work hard in South Korea, you are going to get rewarded. And that's when I thought, wow, that is justice. Because in North Korea, doesn't matter what you do, what you want to do, what your dreams are. It's already determined by what your ancestors did. But the thing is, how do you choose your ancestor? Right? Like you can never choose your parents.
And you had no idea that there was any other way to live when you're growing up like this.
Because I never seen the map of the world. I didn't even know like the Americans, how they looked like, because we don't have internet. First of all, we have only one channel that government controls every single content. We don't even have a cookbook. That's the thing. As a Korean, I don't even know what cookbook is. I mean, first of all, we don't have ingredients. Like, how do you find 1/2 pounds of pork, scallion, blah blah, right? So cookbook is like pointless. And not only that, there's no fashion because I mean, we don't have freedom to what we wear. So even when I heard the job called modeling, I was like, what is that? So everything that I learned here is like all new concept to me as a North Korean.
So when you would eat, where would you get your food from?
So the land is government, right? The house is there's no private property, and those farmers and they're working in the collective farm, they smuggle it out and sell in the black market secretly. So those food if we have money, we go to black market, buy corn, starch, those things. But mostly we just go to mountain to pick up plants, flowers, and like grasshoppers is the biggest protein source for North Koreans.
But the government doesn't provide any food for the people?
I heard they did in the 60s, 70s. But I was born in 1993 in October, and that is right after Soviet Union collapsed. So until then, Soviet Union was subsidizing North Korea's economy heavily, and China did the same. But when they collapsed, they stopped helping North Korean regime. So the regime policy was, if we as long as keep the 10% alive who are in the capital, our rule is successful. So they were not going to do anything until 90% of the population dies.
Wow.
It's still there, same rule they have. Until the 90% dies out, as long as we keep the 10% alive, we are not going to do anything, intervene with the
So
starvation.
there's no effort whatsoever to get food to the people.
It's not like effort, they're actually actively preventing people to get resources. Preventing, right now even last time the Biden was calling Kim Jong-un, can we give you vaccine? And Kim Jong-un said no. South Korea was calling North Korea last year, there was a big flood, can we give you at least some medicine? And Kim Jong-un said no, we don't want any medicine.
So because they don't want any aid from the West?
Even South
they
Korea.
want to keep people as weak as possible.
Exactly. They want us. Today I was on the way here thinking, getting up in North Korea as a child was challenging because every day you get dizzy from the starvation. You get hear noise every single morning when you wake up. It takes 30 minutes to gather your thoughts to able to walk straight because everybody's in that mode of starvation. Yeah. So as you can see me, I'm very small. I eat a lot. I'm still 80 pounds. But when I was escaping, I don't even know how little I was. And North Korean men above 4'10" feet high, they have to go to military. Women too is mandatory. Men have to serve in the military 13 years, mandatory, and women is 10 years.
And most men are very small because of malnutrition?
Yeah, 4'10" feet.
4'10".
Yeah.
Wow. And so they just allow people to forage for themselves. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Find your own food.
Yes.
Are you allowed to have a garden? Can you grow vegetables? Can you have animals?
Well, one of the executions that my mom saw was a young man was eating beef, a cow, because he killed a collective farm cow, and he got executed for that. Everything is owned by the state. In North Korea, you don't even own yourself, right? So I remember going to South Korea. I got a gift one day, and it was a planner. So what you're trying to do is a notebook. And in North Korea, you don't plan your day. You don't get to plan what you do with your life. A week before or a day before, there's announcement from the government how you're gonna spend your day, what to eat, where to go to work, what to do, when to go to sleep. Everything is determined by your own state.
So this guy was executed because he killed one of the state's cows.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to have your own animals. So you can't have chickens or something along those lines?
They might hide it, but last year Kim Jong-un confiscated entire dog from the population.
All the dogs?
Yeah.
That was because of COVID-19, right? No? It
Because
wasn't?
he said it was the corrupt Western sentiment where we have pets. So he ordered to kill the entire dogs for the meat. So get rid of dogs, because even he just didn't like that it looks like Western having a dog, having a very friendly relationship with the animals.
So everyone's dog in
Have
all of North Korea
confiscated.
was confiscated and killed.
Yeah.
And what did they do with the dogs?
I don't know what the regime leaders did.
Wow.
Yeah.
So do they provide you with any food?
No.
No. So you have to find food on your own, and most of the food is wild food? like grasshoppers and flowers that are edible and
Yeah. So this is why the most bizarre thing is that regime initially said, "Oh, give us your land, give us your freedom. We are gonna provide free health insurance, right? Free education, free housing, free of everything. You don't have to worry about anything. The state is gonna be taking care of everything." But after Soviet Union collapsed, North Korea came idea like this idea is called the self-reliance. So you're relying on yourself.
but you can't farm.
You don't have land. How do you farm? You
Right.
don't have freedom. There's no free market. If my father was sent to prison camp because he sold metals, he sold
Metals, right? Yeah.
Initially, he sold like rice, dried fish, clocks, and trading is illegal. It's not like he was selling weapons or drugs. Trading is illegal. So how do you be self-reliant?
Yeah.
The loom be with you.
So they just let you figure. So the whole idea is just to keep everybody weak.
Yeah.
It is so strange to someone who has been in America their whole life, like me, to even imagine that at the same time I'm living here. Like one of the big problems in America is that people eat too much.
I heard that.
Isn't that crazy?
I was shocked. I never understood having too much can be a problem. Because I just never knew that could be a possibility of problem.
It's the number one problem here.
Exactly how having too much is a problem, I don't get it.
I think what is the percentage, Jamie? What is the percentage of people in America that are obese? I think it's large. I think it's more than 50%. I think it's and it's a huge factor with diseases, and I mean 78% of the people that are in the ICU for COVID are obese.
Yeah.
What is it? 43%. So almost half of the people in the country are obese,
Yeah.
meaning they eat far too much food.
Yeah.
And for you, that concept must be insane. You might you're in the upside down world. Like you're in, right?
That's the thing. It's like different planet. The common law that I knew in North Korea doesn't apply here anymore, and it is just so confusing to me. How hard is it not to eat? It's hard when you don't have food, when you cannot
Right.
find it. And to me, is that I don't know why that is so challenging.
Can you do me a favor and just push the microphone forward?
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, so it's right in front of you. There you go.
Yes.
So, yeah, it must be, like another planet. The idea of
Yeah.
having too much food.
Yeah, and that's the source of. I mean, they're complaining about it. So I'm like, even that is a reason for complaint.
Yeah.
That's something unbelievable. I just don't get it. How is that? It's so easy. If you have too much, just don't eat it. You just don't put it in your mouth, right? No one is forcing you to eat a lot.
Yeah, but food is addictive, and people like to comfort themselves with food when it's everywhere. And it's also, it's a strange problem, right? The problem of excess. It's a strange problem. Like you have too much.
But this is humanity, all our humanity, we've been starving.
Yeah.
It's the very first time humanity having this much access, and I have some compassion for that. But a lot of problems. Like I met American friends in New York. I went to school there, and like my friends' complaints, I couldn't sympathize in the beginning.
Right.
I literally, because their problem is like some guy they went on a date and like don't call them back, and they call me and complain like there's people actual problems like life and death.
Yes.
This is not a problem, but.
Well, it's an issue of perspective, right? Like your life, you've seen horrific things, whereas so many people, the worst thing that's ever happened to them is someone broke up with them. Yeah. When you were talking about going to the doctor when you were a child, and that this is a very disturbing story, but I want you to try to explain it to people, how people were dying in these hospitals and rats would eat the eyeballs of the people who were dying, and children who were starving would eat the rats, and then the children would die and the rats would eat the children. Explain what this was like, that how did you see this?
Well, I'm seeing that the bodies on the streets like everyday thing. It was now.
Where were the bodies? Like just laying around on the streets?
So they are floating in the rivers, And then they also, train station somehow had a lot of dead bodies because North Korea is very cold. And there's a train waiting area. And North Korea has one train go to one distance like once a month. And like here it would take like 1 hour to go the other place. In North it take a month at least to go because there's no electricity. And sometimes people have to push the train.
They have to push the train.
Yeah. Yeah. Traveling in North Korea is an unbelievably difficult thing within North Korea. So, anyway, so in train stations, that's when people die mostly. And in North Korea, the hardest thing as a child for me is that when my mom goes away to find food, we don't have we don't have phones, we don't have letters. If I say goodbye to her, I don't know when I'm gonna see her again or if I'm ever gonna see her again, because she could have killed and like raped and starved. You just never know how to find people. So in the morning when you go to like walk to the train station, they just put the piles of the dead bodies and they're all like become rigid, right? They're almost like wood piled on them and taking away. And but the thing is, for me, I didn't even know the word compassion. Like nobody told me you have to feel bad for it, because for me, like fish in the water don't notice the water, right? Like that. It was
Right.
like something every day I saw as a child.
So you never went days where you didn't see. This is a normal thing to see dead bodies.
It was every day as like normal as like breathing the air right now. And one thing that I still remember is my sister and I was walking by the well. Like in North Korea, we don't have a sewage, we don't have running water. Obviously, we have to go to well or river to bring the drinking water. And there's a young teenage boy, I think, lying down, and his intestines coming out of his back. When you're really malnourished, that thing all opens up. You got zero fat. So every hole all opens. And you see dogs looking at his organs coming out. And he was still somehow conscious, begging for food at the time.
He was begging for food while his organs were hanging out of his body.
Yeah. And I don't know why he was like pants were off. And I felt nothing. That still haunts me till this day. Like, I don't know how I felt nothing at that point. And that just looked horrible. And because it's just the fact that he's alive and so much flies flying by on his organs, and how he's somehow consciously begging for food. And I didn't feel anything.
You felt no compassion.
No.
It was just normal.
Yeah. So that was like daily life thing. And then in the hospital when I was 13 years old, my parents took me to hospital because I was bad at stomachache. And then we don't have like X-ray machines. We don't have MRI, none of that. Just doctor rubs your belly, and then he said, "Oh, we need to operate on her. I think her like appendix were bursting or something." So that afternoon they cut me open without any anesthesia. And but it's normal thing, people in North Korea operation without anesthesia. But the chances of you going to surgery is a lot higher for you getting infected, because we don't have penicillin. The nurse is using a 1 meter to inject every single patient. So who do you know what the other person has? You get from actually more sick by being in the hospital.
Right.
And this is where we don't, of course, have indoor bathroom for the patient. We have to go outside. And in between there's a piles of dead human bodies. And that's when I was seeing this somehow rats eating human eyes first for some reason.
Because they're probably soft and easy to eat.
And these women, I don't know, in my age probably, short hair, wearing these flower pants, and when they're dead, all like their mouth is somehow open, and their all eyes are hollow, and you see children like looking at the rats and laughing and chasing them, and adults telling them like, don't eat those, you're gonna get sick from it. But of course kids don't care. Like even finding a rat is delicacy, because even finding a snake is a big prize. You don't find those like often.
So they were finding the rats and then just trying to eat them? Were they eating them raw?
Sometimes if you find the skin you do, but they do find some like fire and roast them.
So they were excited to find a rat to eat.
Yeah,
So they were
like,
catching them with their hands.
yeah, oh yeah, of course they catch them with their hands. And this part of human body, she was on top. That's why I was able to see her wearing this flower pants till this time. And then, like, her eyes are so hollow. It's like, when you look at the human body, like nothing is left. I think that's what, it's not like just death is sad. It's just like how it becomes nothing. So
Right.
empty inside. She does not know the shame or pain. Just she was lying there like that. And you see children just chasing them and laughing and try to catch the rats.
And the children didn't feel anything being around the dead bodies. Just it was
No,
normal.
It's our daily normal thing. Seeing a death is like our daily life.
And they would eat the rats and then they would get sick and
Yeah.
some of them would die.
Yeah. A lot of them die.
And then the rats would eat them.
Yeah. So the cycle we talk about. It's like that's a spring is for North Korea, a season of death.
And so the diseases that they would get from the rats, they were willing to risk those diseases just because of hunger.
Because when you're so there's a North Korean proverb. There's no wish for the person who died after their stomach is full. So even in middle of the earthquake, the North Koreans not try to run. So my mom was talking about the tale when she was in the university. There's earthquake happening. And do you know what these students doing is not running out of the building and try to survive. They go to kitchen. So before they die, they eat at least. So they can die. So if you have that promise of eating a one meal, they're gonna risk everything for that.
So it's just an entire country in a perpetual state of starvation.
Yeah, it's. I remember playing with this game with my sister as a young girl. I never ate till I felt full. So I would compare myself. Like I tell her, like I can eat 100 bread, and she's like, I can eat the mountains of bread. I can eat like 10,000 more than what you just said, because I don't know the limits of my stomach. 'Cause
Right.
I never tested it.
So you always were hungry.
Always hungry, never felt full.
So you escaped. So your father was arrested for trading in metals, right? And he was just trying to find resources, trying to get money for the black market for food and things like that.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
To get us alive, he had to, because regime does not provide food for the people, so they had to break the law, which is trading, to survive. Right? Without trading, how do we even survive? So he was trading these metals, and he got caught, and that's how he's sent to prison camp.
And how long was he in prison for?
Several years, but he was sentenced to more than 10 years. So I think he was totally in prison 3-4 years. But he got out of for sick leave, which is had to go back once he got better. But of course, in North Korea, that's like who cares if you die. He was a very smart guy, so he tricked the guard, saying, "If you get me out for the sick leave, I'm gonna get you money." Because North Korea is the most corrupt country that you can find right now in today's world. So corrupt.
So he tricked the guard, told him that he'd get him some money, and so he was in for how many years? You said 4 years.
3-4 years, yeah.
And what was it like when he got out?
I didn't recognize him when he came back to me. I did not know that was my father. Even his voice changed. It's when I call North Korea, even till this day, I do have people underground. I get information. Their voice is different. It's like their voice is so oppressed. You can tell this is North Korean is speaking.
You can tell just by their voice.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is when some Chinese, like we have the brokers try to trick us, by voice we can tell if you are Chinese, like Korean ethnic Chinese living in China trying to trick us, or actually North Korean is speaking to us.
Wow. So you can actually hear the oppression in their voice.
Yeah, you can.
What does it sound like?
It's like complete fear, like terrified to the point they don't even know they're terrified. They're like, I don't think even Bug would be that scared. Like he was calling me like on me in his voice. I didn't see my father, and he was so scared, and I could see he was so scared. I was like only 9 something 10. I don't even know. I was like young, and I could say, why is he so afraid?
And so he does get out, and they never put him back in jail again.
Because I rescued him after I went to China. I got him out. So he had to go back. He had to go back to jail, but he died in China.
So you were 13 when you and your family, was it you and your mother that escaped?
Yeah.
How did you get out?
So that hospital, right? Initially, my sister and I was gonna escape, but when North Koreans say when you are escaping, of course we don't have phones, we don't have a map, we don't know what's the outside world look like.
Right.
Luckily, I was living in this border town of North Korea by then. So at night, do you know if you see the satellite photo of North Korea, it is literally the darkest place on earth.
Yes.
We don't have electricity. So I was seeing these lights coming from China. So I thought like if I go where the lights are, we would be finding some bowl of rice. So at 16, my sister left with her friend, and she left me a note while I was in the hospital and got removing my appendix. And then as soon as I got out of the hospital, I found a note. And initially, my mom and I went to look for sister where she went. But when we found the lady, she told me that she could help me to go to China that day.
And so this was you and your mother, and you were 13 years old.
Yeah.
So how did you get across, and what was that experience like?
So I told my mom like come with me to China, and my mom was like, my father was home, he was waiting, but the thing is that the tragic thing for North Korea is we cannot even say goodbye to our loved ones. So if we got caught on the journey, and if my father knew that we were escaping, he's gonna be punished so much. So it's better off that he does not know that we are escaping for his own safety. Because they're gonna torture you to the point that you're gonna say anything. Because they do this all subconscious like torture that they make you not sleep. In a single room has like no air, much air. If you put there for 40 days alone, you go crazy. You say whatever they ask you. So if he actually knew that we were escaping, it wouldn't good for him. He would be dead. So I told him, I'm like, you cannot tell father that we are escaping. So that day we climbed up this several mountains, and then we went to the riverside. But she had a connection with the guards.
Why did you not bring him with you?
Because he's a man and he was sick. And somehow she said only women can go.
Only women can go.
I did not know what she meant by that. She's like, you should just go with your mom. And don't even tell those people that's your mom. She said like, you are like 18 or something. And my mom was something 30. So she told me that our age was different.
So, and this would somehow or another help you when you were going across?
Yeah.
How would that help you?
I don't know. All she told me was this is going to be helpful. And
well, part of the issue is in China, there's a disproportionate number of men in comparison to women.
Yeah.
And so they want as many women to come across as that are of legal age, like women that can be married, or can, right? Is that the idea behind it?
It's a smuggling. So like you got it right. Because of one child policy,
right?
A lot of girls got aborted in China. So they kept boys. Now,
so there's many men that have no chance of ever finding a woman because there are no women.
Yeah, over 30 million men in the rural areas cannot find wives. So
30 million.
Over 30 million, and its number gonna keep going up right now. So that's a big problem for Chinese regime. But the thing is, even that, they don't allow North Korean women to stay there. They catch us, and they send us back to North Korea. Last month, China repatriated 50 North Korean defectors back to North Korea. It's sending them Auschwitz. Literally, they are sending them to death camp. But the Chinese regime still do catch us and send us back because they think we are posing a threat to the regime, and they don't want the regime to collapse. So they are catching all the defectors. But the human traffickers seize the opportunity here because we are so vulnerable, right? We are running away from Chinese authority. So even they rape us and kill us, the last place that we are gonna go is going to police and then report on them.
Why did they think that women coming over from North Korea are gonna somehow or another collapse the empire?
Because that's what Kim Jong-un believes. He thinks they're gonna collapse through the defectors.
Mm.
So after Kim Jong-un came into power, the country cannot afford the electricity. Probably electrify the fence the entire border. Not only that, putting the machine guns with the guards, have a shoot to kill order. Whoever crosses, they don't even bother to ask you stop. They shoot you right there. And not only that, he buried the landmines on top of that.
So there's electric fence, and then there's guards shooting to kill, and then past that there's landmines.
Yeah, entire country became a concentration camp. Entire country.
How may I help?
When did they start putting the landmines in?
A few years
Be
ago.
careful.
So this is after you had already escaped.
Yeah. Now there's no you don't see North Korean de facto escaping from North Korea anymore. It's impossible to escape at this point.
I am honored.
One of the more horrific things that Jordan and you discussed was you
I am listening.
seeing your mother raped,
Mm.
and that your mother sacrificed herself because they wanted you.
Yeah.
And this is the first time you had ever even seen what sex was.
So I didn't even know that was sex. I did not know even that was rape because we didn't have the vocabulary in North Korea. So in North Korea, there's no word for stress.
There's no word for stress.
Because how can you be stressed in the socialist paradise? So there's no word trauma. There's no word depression because you cannot be simply depressed in socialist paradise. There's no word for liberty. There's no word for human rights. There's no word for rape or even sex. So I just thought something I was seeing was horrible. But later they told me that was rape. I did not know that was rape.
But you also said that you never heard the word love.
Yeah, no, there's no word for love in North Korea.
So your mother never told you she loved you. You never told your father you love him.
Yeah.
None of that.
So in North Korea, there's even no word for I. So they don't want people to be individualistic, right? That's the worst thing you can be. It's all a collectivism. So when North Koreans say, I like water, I say, we love water. We love kimchi. So that's how, when I'm in South Korea, they will keep saying, in South Korea, there's difference between we and I. So when you say, I like this, say I. And then, of course, all the North Koreans keep saying, we love this country. And South Koreans get so frustrated that we are keep misusing I and we. And that's how regime controls your minds through
What
language.
brings you here?
It is George Orwell's 1984. They create doublespeak.
Yeah.
Why language is so important, because it controls your thoughts. So that's how I got rid of the romantic love. We don't even know possibly another human can love another human. Only love that North Koreans know is like a written form love that when we describe our feeling towards your leader. And we don't know that word can be used to describing our feelings to another human.
When Kim Jong-il died and people were crying in the streets and people were sent to prison for not crying enough, it was the strangest thing for us to watch as Americans because it was performative, where people were performing. They were not really crying. They were wailing in this very theatrical way to let everyone know that they were complying.
It's your life is on the line. People watching you. If you don't mourn enough, that's the thing. If you don't mourn in the most extreme high, they're gonna send you to prison camp and execute you. So we are doing it to survive.
Did you see anyone who didn't mourn enough?
No, I mean it's impossible. How do you not mourn enough? How do you not possibly? Your life generation is depending on you when you mourn.
So everyone knows this,
Of course,
and
we all
everyone
know.
knows it's a threat.
Even babies know. Even babies know. When you're born in North Korea, you know what it is. You don't start questioning. The first thing my mom told him as a young girl was not even be careful of strangers. Be careful, calling, none of that. She would say, be careful of your tongue, because that is the most dangerous weapon you got in your body. Don't even whisper, because the birds and mice could hear you. So that's the first thing you hear from your parents, how dangerous what you say is gonna be.
Did you personally see people that you knew get imprisoned because of things that they said?
They just disappear. One of my sister's classmates, her mom, when they executed, And then because they accusing her to receiving money from the foreign CIA or the South Korean intelligence. But a month later, they said, oh, it was not a problem. She wasn't a spy. So they brought the family members back out of the concentration camp.
So they killed her for nothing.
And they don't even say sorry to that. It's like, we don't even know that's a concept the government can be sorry or they can ever make a mistake.
So how did they find out that she wasn't really a spy?
We just don't know. Just one day that classmate came out and my sister's classmate came out, and then they said like her mom was not a spy. So they got out of the prison camp. And that's it. There's nothing reward, none of that.
And so this was a common thing.
Yeah.
And you just lived in constant fear.
This is the thing, and we are 3 people sitting here, right? I'm watching you, and Jamie's watching me, and you're watching somebody else. So even I'm being a nice person, not gonna report on you. I know Jamie's being watching me. He's not report on me. But even if you try to be nice, but he knows he's being watched by somebody too. So you're being spied on, and you're spying on somebody. So no escape.
And everybody has to report
Absolutely.
anything that they find. Like if you said something negative about the government, I would have to tell on you, otherwise I would get in trouble.
Yeah. And the other person don't report on you, that person get in trouble. There's no way out of it. That's how they create distrust. Like one thing that shocked me when I came to the West, like how trust exists. In North Korea, there's a saying like, don't even trust your own back. Because you don't know who is a spy. You don't know who is listening, who is watching.
And people just disappear.
Yeah, just disappear. And public executions happens in a stadium next to market where most people go. And in North Korea, there's no concept of minor, right? There's no concept like minors cannot do labor. Like that's not a thing. As a child, 7 years old, you go to school, you work. You go to work in the dam, construction, in the farm. And you're a minor, so therefore when there's public execution happens, you're on the front line because you are the shortest. Just they line up 5, 6 years old in the beginning, and then like in the age going sit like all. It's a mandatory to attend.
So it's mandatory to attend public executions.
Yeah.
And how did they kill the people?
After Kim Jong-un got in power, he became more brutal how he kills people. He used the air like missiles that shoot down the airplane. That kind of powerful weapon. So when he kills people, they blow up into pieces. Like they literally become just red pieces and fireworks. That's what I hear from nowadays executions. But my time was more the guard standing and shoot you here, and 3 times. 9 shots, and then its body becomes like a rolled, and then like they just put in a luggage and take it out. But nowadays, I heard they are using way more. They are started hanging too. Before my time was just execution, but Kim Jong-un said even the bullets we don't want to waste on this trash. They call it trash, and so just hang them and or stone to death. So bring the people around the town and hit them with the rocks until they die.
So the people in the town would contribute to the execution. They would be the ones throwing the rocks.
Yeah. Otherwise you get punished. You have to.
And what are the crimes that you could be sentenced to death for?
Is as little as, so in North Korea, every room has to have a portrait of kings. And the inspector comes out of nowhere in the middle of the night and then touch the portraits. If they see any dust, they say your royalty is not high enough. And then you can get executed and sent to prison camp 3 generations of your family. And
so if the picture is dusty, you get executed.
Yeah, and if your house get on fire, the first thing is not you run with your family or your children or parents. You have to protect the portraits with your life. Otherwise, the 3 generation gets punished for that. Even murderers, rapists in North Korea don't exist. We don't even know what rape is. They have pleasure squad. Right, every year they go around the country, pick up the virgin girls, bring them back to Pyongyang, make them call the satisfactory groups, train them to become sex machines. Every year they do that. So these officials, now the guy who's in the second power in North Korea, his name is Chae Ryong-hae. He has his own pleasure squad, and he takes entire teeth out of these girls. So when they kiss him down there, he has more pleasure. So these things is not a crime in North Korea. Like literally, when women walk down, if the guys stand you and rape you, you cannot go to police. You got raped. It's your fault. So this country, I mean, every wives get beaten by a husband in North Korea. This is not a crime. But if there's a newspaper, there's a portrait of Kim Jong-un, right, or Kim Jong-il. You didn't see the front page. In the back page, you ripped it by mistake. That's how you get executed. That is what we call crime in North Korea.
Wow. Having escaped that and looking back on it now and knowing that it exists right now, what can be done? What could the rest of the world do? I mean, North Korea has nuclear weapons. It's they have a powerful military.
Yeah.
What can the rest of the world do to stop this from happening? Because it seems like, I mean, this is horrific. It's a form of genocide, and it's happening right now.
It's a Holocaust. In 2014, UN conducted this investigation for a year, and the conclusion was the only resemblance that we find in our history what is happening to Northern people is a Holocaust. So Holocaust is happening again, and of course we are denying it again. Right, when it was Holocaust, it was happening. A lot of people say, how is that possible? This is so hard to believe that. And North Korea, using this concentration camp, these people do the biology test. They put them in the gas chambers. Right now, they do that.
A biology test.
Of
What's
course.
the biology test?
They test a lot of the weapons, biological weapons. So they, keep trying to. North Korea spends entire their GDP on developing nukes and weaponaries. I mean, they are the biggest provider to the Middle East. When there's a war, they buy missiles from North Koreans. North Korea makes money by selling the crystal meth and opium. That's how Kim Jong-un makes money and hacking. Right? He steals a lot of Bitcoin and get up banks, like ATM machines. That's how he makes money. Because they don't export anything other than drugs and weapons and hacking and human trafficking.
So they experiment on their own people to find out if these biological weapons work?
Yeah. And also, they need a lot of concentration like prisoners because they have to clean the nuclear debris. Because they do a lot of tests. So since 2017, North Korea conducted almost 30 missile tests. If the one test missile cost to feed 25 million the entire year. So if he chose to do 4 less tests, nobody had to die in North Korea from starvation. And right now, Kim Jong-un recently admits that 11 million North Koreans are severely malnourished, and he's proud to say that. And he's not even bothering to hide in the past. Yeah, they are starving.
And
So
he's
what?
fat.
Oh yeah, that's his problem, being too fat.
Wow. So they're forced to clean up nuclear waste from these
The debris,
test sites,
everything, yeah,
and of course they die from
of
radiation.
course. They don't last 3 months. Normal life expectancy when you go to concentration camp is 3 months.
3 months.
Yeah. So they need a lot of those people.
And they just use those people for fodder.
Yeah.
How many people do they know how many people are in these concentration camps?
Nobody knows exactly, but several 100,000 of them. But there's also prison camps, concentration camps, prison camps, and labor camps.
And some people are born into these camps.
Yeah, those are people in the concentration camps. And they don't even get to know the name of Kim Il-sung or Kim Jong-un. They're too below the level. They don't even bother to tell them who the leader of the country is.
And what did someone in their family do that would make them get put into these concentration camps?
So they find out later their great-great-grandfather was working with the Japanese for a week when the Japan was colonizing or the Korean was starting. They were talking to American soldiers, or they're like cousins of nephews of some in-law was a Christian, because North Korea is #1 Christian persecution country because they copy the Bible, right? They said, oh, Kim Il-sung loves us so much, he's a god. He gave us his son Kim Jong-il, and he dies, but his spirit is with us all the time. That's why they can read my thoughts, knows how much hair I have, and that's how. So when you become a god, You don't need to explain. You don't need to make sense.
So they essentially use the story of the Bible for Kim Jong-il and
Kim Il-sung. Yeah, they copy the Bible. Exactly, copy the Bible.
wow.
That's why, like, I believe that Kim was reading my mind. I mean, if the people believe in the Hebrews, like that Jesus knows what you're thinking, why do you think it's surprising that North Koreans believe that?
So someone's great-grandfather speaking to the Japanese would be the reason why they would be raised in a concentration camp and never even be told the name of the leaders.
Yeah.
And that's happening right now.
Oh, it's been happening for the last almost 80 years. Yeah, this has been going on, and as you just ask, what can be done? Kim Jong-un cannot last even 1 week without Chinese regime support. The only reason the regime exists is because of Chinese Communist Party. How do you test missile without oil? Kim Jong-un cannot even drive his Benz in Pyongyang. China refused to not helping the regime. They keep helping Kim Jong-un, keep sending the oil. Even last year, the New York Times covered it. The ship with full of gas oil going to North Korea. So Kim Jong-un could test missiles, even amid the pandemic.
Why does China support North Korea?
I really, I think one is they don't want that democracy come to next door, right? That South Korea, Japan, America is all right next to North Korea geographically. And North Korea is like this almost like a buffer zone for them, for this Western movement coming into their country. And also they think of North Korea more like Tibet or Xinjiang. If they let North Korea go, then Xinjiang people gonna wanna go. Tibetans gonna be independent. Hong Kong's wanna be independent. So they cannot give up any one of them. So because of the stability and symbolic thing for the Chinese people within the country wants to be independent. So they wanna maintain North Korea forever. And Mao said that relationship between China and North Korea is like the relationship between your lips and the teeth. Without lips, you cannot really close your mouth and eat. Without your teeth, you cannot chew. So you need each other to survive. And that's how Mao's son died in Korean War, by defending Communist Party in the North. That's how Mao lost his son. That's how he believed that they need North Korea.
And so the Chinese Communist Party today shares the sentiment, and they're using it strategically.
Yeah, they run the dictatorship in North Korea. They run the whole thing. And that's the thing, like, we have not been serving North Korea because we just never named the accountability who is responsible for this crisis. That is China. And of course in American mainstream, they do not want to call out North Korea, China, to committing, genocide. That's why I've been having so many attacks from Marxist, communist, and Maoist, and Leninist, all these people. And North Korea is almost this last country that holds ideology called the socialism. So it's a very symbolic country. So a lot of empathizers of communism and anti-Western civilization people, they defend North Korea like hell.
But do they, when they speak of it, like the Chinese Communist Party, when they speak of North Korea, do they have a distorted image that they project of what it's like in North Korea? Do they have do they change the narrative? Do they have a story of North Korea that's false, that makes it seem like North Korea is a nice place?
No, they know exactly what's going on.
They know.
Even Chinese people know. When I was...
So there's no defending it?
No. Even Chinese people see it. Like when North Koreans get captured, Chinese is still better, nice than North Korean guards. They like handcuff off, sort of eye blinds us, but North Koreans come and they put the wire in between here, in between your bones. So connecting all the prisoners together so they cannot run. Like cows. And
they put a wire like through their collarbone?
Yeah. So they prevent us to escape. So while we are in China, that's when the outsiders watching. But imagine what they're going to do inside the country when there's no camera.
So this is what China does to North Koreans?
No, China catches us and gives us to North Korean guards. And they watch it.
And they watch them do that?
And then they even horrified, but of course they don't do anything about it. There's like, you don't have to go that far, but of course North Koreans do not accept an infection, right? That's why we are de facto right now refugees. When we escape, we defy the ideology.
Yes.
That's why this is North Koreans are not just refugees, they are political prisoners. They are political refugees. They should be covered by Geneva Convention and international law. So China catching us send us back, that is a crime against humanity. They are breaking the international law.
But no one will punish them for that.
And nobody gonna talk about it even here in the West. Right? Why? I mean, there's a Michelle Obama, right? Nobel Peace Prize giving the girls like captured by ISIS or like Taliban, like Malala. Michelle Obama stands up for the girls who were captured by ISIS and Boko Haram. Who is standing up for North Korean girls being captured and raped in China right now? There are 300,000 North Koreans right now when we are speaking in China and as sexual slaves.
300,000.
And most of them are women and girls.
China has incredible power.
Yeah.
And when you see the power that China has and that they're supporting North Korea and that there's no pushback from America,
Yeah.
what does that feel like to you when you see this, knowing what you went through? And not only knowing what you went through, but the fact that you talk about this openly. You talked about it in your book that came out in 2015.
Yeah.
And you speak about it as often as possible, but yet there's not a lot of support from, especially from political leaders.
Yeah.
There's no one is stepping up to say your story.
Yeah. It's total hypocrisy. All these people in America talk about how slavery is wrong. I agree slavery is the worst thing that we can do to another human being. But why some slavery matters over some other slavery? Right?
Right.
All these corporations talking about how they do not support the bigotry and racism and slavery. It's happening right now in China, and they have business with China.
And they don't say anything about it.
This is the thing. When Hulu made a movie about about assassins, about Kim Jong-nam's assassination 3 years ago in Malaysia. Remember the Kim Jong-un's half-brother got?
Yes.
So they made that movie. Hulu was supposed to make that movie.
He killed his half-brother and someone else too, right?
And his uncle.
His uncle.
Yeah. So his brother is more shocking because he got killed in the international territory. VX nerve the poison. And they made a movie. But when the Hulu was bought by Disney wanted Hulu to drop that movie. So that movie couldn't be shown in Hulu. So
because it would offend China.
Yes. Why there is not even one single movie coming out of Hollywood about North Korean people suffering? They made about Congo genocide. They made all about genocide, not about North Korea.
That is a strange hypocrisy, isn't it?
Of course it is.
And it's about money, right?
Absolutely. It's all about money. All these people talking about justice, what they care about. None of them do when it's real life.
And these are not secret stories.
It's not. So this is the thing. Oh, don't make it up. Kim Jong-un killed his uncle. Right? That was on the national newspaper. He kills his half-brother. And look, remember the Otto Warmbier, the American 21-year-old student?
Yes.
Who was accused of stealing the banner?
Mm-hmm.
He was brain dead.
By the time he got to America,
yeah.
He was beaten to death, right?
Yeah, and he was sentenced for 15 years in the labor camp for trying to steal the banner. But this is a country that did to white American male, to the most powerful country's citizen. Imagine what they're gonna do to their own citizen. You cannot even imagine what they do to their own citizen. So North Korea, this nationalism is to the highest. So when North Korean men go to China, get raped, and we get pregnant. When we go back to North Korea, the guards keep our belly until baby dies. They don't let the baby live. It's just unbelievable. This is happening in 21st century, and still, we somehow don't talk about it.
Not just don't talk about it, but it keeps going, generation after generation.
Yeah.
If it's been happening like this for more than 80 years,
Yeah.
what's going to stop it from happening for another 80 years? And if people are quiet, nothing. It's going to keep going.
And this is what is, to me, as an activist, right? I'm a dissident. I'm fighting against this regime. We know when Jamal Khashoggi get killed in Saudi consulate, there's no accountability for the dictator, right? Saudi prince didn't get anything. when Kim Jong-un killed his half-brother in Malaysia. Nothing, they were like, there's no accountability that we are asking of these people. So standing up fighting, it doesn't incentivize people anymore, right? So you don't see justice being served. And I think that is why it is so hard to fight now. Because I mean, people think justice is there, but I don't think it is that. It's something I don't see in real life when you actually fight against injustice. It's most likely you're gonna be just like get killed and nobody cares and just keep moving on.
What can be done? I mean, if the United States and the relationship the United States has with China, they're unwilling to do anything or even speak out about it.
Yeah.
When they talk about the problems of the world, North Korea is rarely discussed.
Yeah.
And the horrific crimes of the North Korean regime against their own people, rarely discussed by politicians. They'll talk about Afghanistan, they'll talk about Iraq, they'll talk about all the problems we have with Iran. They don't talk about what's going on right now. What you're describing in North Korea with these concentration camps and these people, they don't talk about these things.
Yeah.
What can be done?
I think this is a beauty about living in democracy. Like when I go to Whole Foods, right, coming from North Korea, I'm shocked by how many hand washing is like all about like environment friendly products, right? And that means a lot of people want to support this cause.
Right.
That they want. I mean, look at how many vegan restaurants are popping up in New York. So a lot of people demand that now. So if individuals are being educated on what is happening and who is actually responsible for supporting North Korean regime and how hard it is for the people who are being oppressed, if they start demanding the politicians and the world leaders and companies to be conscious and act, I think that is at this point my only hope is individuals. I have stopped trying to talk to UN. I don't even give talks anymore at the UN.
Did you give talks in the past?
Yeah.
What was the response?
They, in Geneva in September, the Human Rights General Assembly meeting, how dumb of them. They literally put me alone to right next to North Korean delegation team because geographically we are somehow close. So these 5 guys from North Korean delegation team are swearing at me. And the UN, that's what they do. That's how dumb they are.
They sat them next to you.
Yeah, they put me right next to North Korean delegation team.
And no protection.
No, I was so scared that going to hotel room that night. So I don't have like anybody protecting me. So I have tried, of course, but at the UN, who decides the human rights violators? Chinese and Putin and Saudis do. They decide who actually violates human rights. Yeah, so I have to go ask Chinese who actually committing this crime and complain that of course they're not gonna listen to me. So what is the even point of the UN for this, right? And of course, I mean, I met Nancy Pelosi, I met a lot of politicians, and on surface, like, oh, that's really horrible. Let me think about what can I do. But of course, this is not what they care. They care about the systemic oppression that is happening in America more.
They care about what's going to get them votes.
Yeah.
And what's popular, what's
Exactly.
on people's minds right now,
Yeah.
and whatever the narrative is that they're currently pushing.
Yeah.
It's going to allow them to get elected again.
Yeah. It's all about their own interest.
So when you spoke at the UN, what was the reception like?
Oh, they are saying like this is the West propaganda trying to interfere other people's autonomy. North Korea is a state of their own. You should not interfere the other people's affairs. That's like still to this day Chinese narrative. They don't ask us what we are doing to Xinjiang Uyghurs or Falun Gong or like organ trafficking, all of that. It's our own business.
Organ trafficking.
Yeah. So when North Koreans go to China, we ending up like several different sources. Worst cases, they take us and they take our organs out and sell and we die.
Like which organs?
Everybody, your eyes, hearts,
kidneys,
lungs,
liver.
liver, all of it.
They sell them.
Of course, in China, you order the organ, it gets to you within 3 hours. How is it possible? How somebody dies miraculously in 3 hours for you? Like, China is do you know how many hospitals are being built for the organ transfer in China?
How many?
This is the biggest revenue right now being built in China
So do people from other countries go to China for organ replacements?
Yeah, a lot of the Middle East and those countries go to China to
So
get
they
the
just
organ.
turn a blind eye to it.
Yeah,
They don't think about the origin of the actual organs themselves.
yeah,
They just go,
get it.
oh, I need a lung replacement. And China says, well, if you go here, we can get it for you.
Yeah. So
And they go, and then they kill someone and take their lungs.
yeah, it became a biggest now like a new industry that is rising in China. It's
And
organ transfer.
Those people are generally North Koreans?
Those are a lot of them were Falun Gong practitioners in China.
Okay. Uyghurs?
Yeah, now the Uyghurs,
Mhm.
but Falun Gong is different, like peaceful religion they were wanted. Falun Gong, Uyghurs, and not as much Tibetans, but more like Xinjiang now with the Falun Gong North Koreans.
And so they have them in some prisons somewhere,
Yeah,
and they feed them and just wait for someone to come along that needs their organs, and then they kill them.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah, and
This is proven?
is I mean, well, how is a lot of other things are proven because when these people die, how do we ask them, how did you die?
A shot
They are
down.
dead. So that is a lot of Falun Gong survivors do testimony.
They have told
Yeah,
about
it's
this.
very well known. Like Jamie can look it up. It's a very UN even condemned China for that. Even they couldn't like turn the eyes blind on it. It was too evidence. And another thing North Koreans go is a prostitution, brothels, right? And these girls resist. So what they do, they give them drugs. So they make them become drug addict. So now all they want is drug. So that's how they go to brothels. And then this man I said in these villages cannot afford the women in these little towns. So they buy one girl and they rotate the entire man in that town. And then like me, some of them just being sold. Like my mom was sold for just like mentally retarded family, the farmers' family, and we became a free labor for them and being a sex slave. And then
Being a sex slave for a mentally retarded family?
I mean, because if they're normal and they can find wives, they're older like mentally retarded and not functioning people. Those people cannot find wives. So that's why we ending up in the most horror places. We don't just go and like, fall in love and meeting some normal person.
So, when you were 13, you escaped. Tell us what it was like. First of all, where did you escape to? You escaped to China?
Yeah.
And how did you get across?
It was a frozen river in March, end of March in 2007.
So you travel on the frozen river.
Yeah. And we luckily didn't get shot by the guards. And when we got into the other side of the riverbank of China, that's when mom got raped. And then they took us in a house. And they were like turning me around like a slave market, right? They checked my teeth and my body structure. And somehow being virgin is very precious in China. So they sold my mom for around $65. And it's 21st century. And they sold me less than $300. And they sold us separately. But the thing is, they didn't even try to force us. They were asking, if you don't want to be sold, you can go back to North Korea, right? And even North Korean regime doesn't punish me. I couldn't find food to eat. I was gonna die anyway. Even if the regime doesn't kill me, the starvation was gonna kill me. And for the first time, I remember that night in the trafficker's house, I saw a trash can. And I did not know what it was. So I asked this lady, like, what is that? And then like a round thing. I said, oh, that's a trash. Like, what is trash? I was like, oh, the things that you don't need to throw there, like you can throw bin away. And it's like, what do you mean you have things to throw away? Because we never needed a trash bin in North Korea. We had nothing to throw. Even these hairs, it comes down. We don't have like heating like that. We have to start a fire. And starting fire takes the paper is very precious. So we burn like hair there to try to start a fire. Like literally nothing was thrown away.
Even human poop, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That regime cannot have a fertilizer. They don't even have the technology to have the fertilizer. So they demand us to bring the poop. And as kids, you go to school, the teachers beat you and then go home and look for poop. So I would go on the streets and looking if anywhere like a dog pooped or somewhere. Of course, like all those dogs are poops gone. So finding a poop, and when you don't eat much, you don't poop like in North Korea like few times a month. It's a
Really?
very precious thing. Yeah, of course.
A few times a month.
Yeah,
And it becomes very precious, and you
Yeah.
have to give it over to the regime.
yeah. So that's nothing. It's being wasted.
So do they have toilets, or do you go to the bathroom in outhouses?
Oh,
Like-
we have all outhouses. They're
Outhouses.
digging a hole, but we have to lock it because some people come and steal it.
they
'cause
come
it's
to steal the poop.
Yeah, it's a government quota. You get punished if you don't bring poop. Everything is punishment in that country.
So what is the quota? Like, how much poop do you have to give them?
So sometimes per family they say 1 ton. How do you find that?
A ton?
Yeah, so
2,000 pounds?
I do the kilograms, so like
Oh.
1,000 kilograms, right? It's like a
1,000
ton, 1
kilograms.
ton. So
Yeah, it's about right. It's about-
yeah,
yeah.
2,000. So per family, or they give you the quota. So
So
and-
that's per year?
yeah. And then we have to bring them in usually January. So because the farming starts around March, so they have to, like in like January they collect them and pile them up, and then they started burying it. And then when the thaw happens, and they start the farming process in the spring.
And even then, you don't get any of the food that they're
No,
growing.
it's a collective farm. So they take the 98% of the food to the regime, and then that 2% is spread among the elites who's running the farm. So you work entire year in the collective farm, you get nothing from it.
There's also cannibalism. How does that happen?
It's really like people said, oh, don't dehumanize people of North Korea, and like because they say, oh, just say tell us the nice things, right? Like that's just too much for us to handle, and like, well, I just this is the thing. Like, there's like people go to black market, you sell meat. People don't ask what meat it is. We don't ask. It's like pork or like it's just a rabbit. We don't. And we just sometimes we go find a very, very cheap meat and we don't ask. And luckily I was too poor to afford the meat. I didn't get to eat them. A lot of children just disappear. But the thing is, there's no evidence. Usually everybody dies and on some corner get drowned. So we go to river to bathe. We only bathe a few times a year. Wintertime we don't even bathe. And during the winter, we have to go to wash our clothes. So we make a small hole in the river. And sometimes you fall and slip through and you die like that. So it's just so easy to... Murder is not a thing. So it's so many causes killing you. So some people, you lose your children. We just don't even know what killed it. And nobody bothered to go out and like find it for you. So many people die. So that's why it's easy to sell the human meat.
So either they're killing the children, or they'll find them dead and then just cook their meat and sell it.
Yeah.
And this is common.
Yeah.
So when you escape to China, what is the process like when you're in China before? How did you eventually got to South Korea?
Yeah.
How long were you in China for?
Almost 2 years.
And what was that like? What was the process like?
Well, living in 2 years of China, feel like I lived 1,000 years on this earth. I feel like very old. Yeah, I remember after there for 6 months, one day, I was walking along, and then it's like, I literally feel like I lived 1,000 years, right? Like making it one day was such a struggle. Whenever you let one day leave, you think like, oh my God, I made one more day on it.
In China?
Yeah.
So it was that hard in China. What was so hard about it?
Because one, you don't know when you're gonna be arrested. So you always put your shoes on tight, shoe laces, and whenever you get into some indoor, you look for a place to run. Right? If you are invited to somebody's house, you see check the doors. Where can I run? Which route do I run? When you even sleep, you know how to run, right? You get ready to run from the police. And that is a constant threat. And of course you're raped every single day by these human traffickers. And they even come follow you to bathroom. There's no human dignity in it. They beat you, and you're not your own person. And the common things that they tell us that our lives are even not valuable like pigs. Because even they kill us, they know that we cannot go to police.
How did you escape from all that?
This is so the man who bought me, he was very impressed because by then I went through 2 human traffickers prior me. So by the 3rd human trafficker, nobody's virgin. They all got raped. So he was Han Chinese and couldn't believe that I made it to him as a virgin. Because the first trafficker my mom covered. Second trafficker I felt like hell. I'd literally lose my mind. And thankfully he had his like mistress in the next room. So I didn't get raped. Even he tried so hard, I didn't. So by the 3rd time Han Chinese, I always tried to kill myself. And then he said, oh, if you become my mistress, I'm gonna help you to get your family to you. But before that, he showed me the phone he had, because I never seen a phone in my life as North Korean. And he showed me, oh, this phone can take pictures, and look at these pictures I took. And among the one picture I saw was my mom. And I started telling that's like my mom. And that's how he knew that I had that, the woman that he sold was my mom, and obviously he raped her too. So he said, if I become his mistress, he's gonna help me with my family. So he took my virginity, raped me, and thankfully he did help me. He brought my mom back from a farmer that he sold, and he brought my sick father from North Korea. That's how I brought my parents back to me.
How did you escape from him?
After almost 2 years, he became a gambling addict. He was a big gambler. He spent all his money. And somehow this evil man was letting me go because he couldn't even afford to give me food at that point. He was so broke. So he said, like, I'm letting you go. And in some ways, in his most evil way, he loved me. So after 2 years, I was let go. And then I went to this chat room. So this is another thing. A lot of North Korean girls capture in these chat rooms where we do body cams. Clients are South Koreans. So we chat and then we show our body. But North Korean women, we choose that route because it's better than being touched by men in person. Right? So you're not raped in person.
So this is all on the internet with web cameras?
Yeah. That's also number one thing that North Korean women do in China. Or this nightlife. So in that room, I heard about something called South Korea for the person because the clients are South Koreans.
You didn't know what South Korea was?
I knew the different name, but I knew that country was colonized by Americans. I heard that in South Korea, the South Korea was very corrupt capitalist and raped by American soldiers every day. And they are like, kids cannot go to school, and they all want to come to North Korea.
That's what you learned from North Korea?
Oh yeah, that's what I thought.
Wow, they all want to go to North Korea.
Yeah, they all want to come to North Korea. The entire humanity wants to be like North Korea, so we are so fortunate. They tell us that we have nothing to envy in this world.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you find out about South Korea from these chat rooms, and you start to get a different idea of what South Korea must be like.
Yeah. And we met this defector lady in that chat room. She told me she knows some missionaries. And if we become Christians, they're gonna help us to go to South Korea and be free. And that's when I heard like free for the first time. I asked like, what do you mean free? And she said, oh, you can watch TV and you can wear jeans and nobody gonna arrest you for that in South Korea. So that's what I thought of freedom.
Watching TV and wearing jeans,
Yeah.
that's what you thought of freedom.
It was never like freedom of speech or none of that. I was like, that's cool, I can wear jeans. Because I was a teenage girl, I wanted jeans, and in North Korea you get sent to prison camp for that.
You get sent to prison camp for wearing jeans.
Yeah, it's just a joke for Westerners that North Korean, even haircut is like ordered by the regime. Like the only thing that North Koreans are allowed to do that in that country freely is breathing. Everything else is controlled. What we wear, what we watch, what we listen to, how we dance, what haircut that we get, every single thing is controlled by the regime.
So you're working in these chat rooms,
Mm.
and you meet this woman, and she says you just have to become a Christian.
No, we have to go to the shelter that Christians had. So we have to go and there study Bible, and we have to prove our faith to them. Then they're gonna rescue us. That was a condition to be rescued by Christians.
So it's a Christian missionary from South Korea.
Yeah.
And how? So did you have to go to South Korea in order to prove yourself to them, or did they
No,
do
we-
this all through online?
No, we couldn't go South Korea obviously. So they had a shelter in China, in some house hidden. So we went to their shelter, and then we joined them as a group and studied the Bible every day. So we would go fasting. I mean, we've been starved all our lives, but they say, God provides. So you go fast, you study Bible, you memorize verses, they confess to you, and we pray together. And then once they think we are actually Christians, then they tell you how to go to South Korea.
How long did that take?
Several months. But when you're so desperate, right? Like, I'm gonna believe in rocks if somebody asks me to
Right.
believe in. Like, you believe in anything, literally.
Right.
So, and it was so easy. Like, North Korea regime was Bible. Like, I was like, what the heck, this thing called Jesus and God? And like, North Koreans like, don't worry, baby. Just like, plug God to Kim Il Sung and Jesus to Kim Jong Il. And perfectly made sense. Like, God loves us so much, gave us His Son. He's there to protect us. We gotta suffer and go to paradise with Him later in life. So I did become a Christian.
So it made the same sense to you because it was so similar to the
So
story that they taught you in North Korea.
Exactly. The logic was so similar.
So you became a Christian,
Yeah, I did.
and several months of this studying the Bible,
Yeah.
and then they eventually got you to South Korea.
They told us how to go,
How'd you do that?
which was literally walking across the Gobi Desert into Mongolia from China.
You walked?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they gave us one compass. We had even toddler in our group. We had one father and his father and the 7 ladies and a few teenagers. They told us,
You went by compass.
yeah,
Did they give you a map?
you can look at the map in the desert. You don't have GPS. How do you
Right.
know? Nothing tells you if you're going circle or straight or backwards. That was the horrifying thing about desert, is that it looks all the same.
Right.
Nothing tells you what you're doing. You can just keep going circle all night. And then, so they told us go follow the west and the north between in that direction. And if you cross the 8-wire fences, hopefully that's gonna be Mongolia.
Hopefully.
And then you find the Mongolian soldiers and tell them that you wanna go to South Korea, not North Korea. So that means so dangerous. The chances of you making in that desert is not even like 2-3%, right? Like 90-80% of time you're gonna fail. So they cannot lead us there. It's random luck. That's why they believe that God is gonna show us miracle.
How long did it take you to walk from the Gobi Desert?
It was just only one day,
One day.
but we chose that in February 2009 after Beijing Olympic, and in the frozen Gobi Desert it's like minus 40 degrees. So the soldiers is thinking nobody's crazy enough to cross right now in this freezing time.
So that's how you can do it.
That security is lower. Other times they're gonna shoot you because in that desert nobody knows if you got killed or not.
So who would be shooting you?
Chinese or the Mongolians, both of them can just shoot you.
They would just shoot anybody walking through the
It's
desert.
called a shoot to order. It's like a shoot to kill order. So they don't like bother to ask who you are, just gonna shoot them right there and kill them. So we don't even have ID, none of that. So we chose a time it was frozen and cold, and even guards don't want to come out and look around. So we walking from Chinese side, but they took us to the border of China, Inner Mongolia, which was still China. From that border, we started walking towards Mongolia. And entire day of walking, we got there. Somehow, miraculously, we didn't die from the cold.
And did you bring food? Did you bring water? What did you bring with you when you were walking?
Like in minus 40 degrees, you cannot even stand still for 3 seconds. Like if you stand still for 10 seconds, you're gonna die right there. You're gonna get a heart attack,
Yeah.
frozen to death. So you don't even need to eat. You just have to. Only thing I remember was moving.
Keep going.
Keep moving. Whatever I was doing, I had to keep moving. Otherwise, you get very like you don't get enough oxygen, so
Right.
very like hazy and not clear. You get very sleepy. That's the thing. Like dying from cold wasn't bad as like I thought. It was you become very numb, and you don't really like desensitize, and you become very very sleepy, and that's when you know you're dying in the cold.
How many people were with you?
We had one baby and 7 people, and the toughest thing is when we were going across China, we had to give him sleeping pills because he would cry and he doesn't speak Chinese. But in the desert, he had to be wake up because he's gonna die frozen to death in the desert. So this baby keep falling asleep. So we had to keep shaking or passing around between us, and he made it eventually.
So he has to stay awake because if he falls asleep, the cold will kill him.
Oh yeah, of course.
So,
Yeah.
but he's not walking, right? They're
Oh, yeah,
carrying him.
he's a toddler. He cannot walk. He's few years old.
But he still needs to be awake.
So we had to keep like shaking him and like massage his feet and hands and shake him up and down so he could be like conscious. Because he was keep falling asleep.
What kind of clothes are you guys wearing?
Well, we didn't have gloves. We didn't have any.
You didn't have gloves. 4
No.
degrees below zero.
Yeah. So my mom didn't even have like shoes at that point. So she eventually borrowed the shoes from a guy and rubbed it so big. And I was like just wear thin coat. And somehow that's why I guess we needed a miracle. That's why we had to pray. I don't know. It's like very low chance making it. So nobody not escaping through Mongolia anymore.
So you walk through Mongolia. It takes you 24 hours.
Just roughly one day, I think we took. Yeah.
And then what happens when you get to the other side?
We didn't get to another side. One just suddenly in the morning, the guards with the guns coming at you and asking to put your hands up. So we all like lifting our hands up, right? And then they were like saying they're gonna send us to China and then back to North Korea to get killed.
Can't carry anymore.
So North Koreans, when we escape, we bring the laser and poisons with us to try to kill ourselves. Because I mean, going to North Korea killed is way worse than killing ourselves right there. So we
So you brought poison with you to kill
and
yourself.
the laser, yeah.
And a laser? What kind of
very
laser?
very thin laser. That's like China, only North Korea said it. Like very very thin laser.
A razor?
Like blade, yeah.
Blade, metal.
Yeah, metal thing.
Yeah.
Very thin one.
Yeah, it's razor.
Oh, razor.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
yeah, yeah.
hide in the belts like everywhere.
So to cut your veins.
Yeah, like right here or right
Mhm.
here is very easy to cut. So we were. This is like what still shocks me is that these Mongolian soldiers didn't have to send us to China, but they want to see how we react. So that's what they were playing with us, right? For us, it's like a life and death. For them, it's like a joke. And thankfully, they will not let us kill ourselves. Like very last minute, they stopped us and turned the car back around to the Mongolian side. But the next team that crossed the border got all arrested and sent back to North Korea. But the following team, they were doing that and Mongolian soldiers went too far. So one of my friends, she swallowed the entire sleeping pills to kill herself. And then they took her to ER and they revived her, but forever her brain got damaged. So this was a joke to them.
So they thought it was funny to scare the refugees.
Yeah, so funny to see how we fight for our lives. Yeah, but thankfully nobody's choosing that route anymore.
So when they capture you and they threatened to send you to China and then back to North Korea, how did you get out of it? How did
I remember was telling my mom that we did everything to survive, and it was like because in China in the prisons they even get rid of the buttons. Everything is all like you cannot swallow to kill yourself, right? They don't even give you a spoon. So that's how prevent a suicide, because all nurses can kill themselves before they go because they know the fate. So I know like if I miss the opportunity to kill myself in the car on the way to China, we are never gonna get the chance back. So we were ready to cut and then swallow the thing, and that's when they stopped. And sometimes they just go too far with it.
So it's always a joke to them.
Yeah, we did not know, but later when we were leaving Mongolia, that's when they told us, actually we didn't mean to send you guys to China, like we just do that every time when you arrive here.
And some people wind up killing themselves anyway.
Yeah.
So eventually they let you go?
Yeah, they did reach out to South Korean embassy, and then South Korean embassy comes, right? They interrogate you to make sure that you're actually North Korean. So several months in Mongolia, we do different detention centers. They move us around and interrogate us. And when they confirm that we are North Koreans, that's when they gave us a fake passport. And from Ulaanbaatar to South Korea, we flew there.
And so when they determine that you're North Korean, what are they trying to find out? They're trying to find out if you're actually a refugee, if you're a spy. Like what are they trying to find out?
So they're in China. There's a Korean ethnic Chinese who were Koreans back then, but they became Chinese. The ethnic Korean. So China has 56 different ethnicity. It's a very diverse country, right? So one of them are Korean ethnic Chinese. So those people try to go to South Korea. So they rule out those people and also spy. So they rule out everybody's defectors. When you escape, you become defector right away. So they rule out the spies and also rule out if you are actually North Korean or ethnic Chinese, ethnic Korean Chinese. That's what they try to investigate.
And so you finally eventually get to South Korea, and then what happens?
And then what happens? I hear about this thing called freedom. And then hear about this country is obsessed with the competition and hard work and studying. The vigorous academia that these kids study English when they're in their mother's tongue. Right? And they study like crazy people.
Yeah.
And then I'm like almost like, high schooler, and they did a placement test on me, and I'm like, I need to go study with 7 years old. I don't even know what continents are, right? I don't even know what Africa is.
Right.
I don't even know what different race is. I don't even know the map. So I'm like blank page, like adult baby.
Adult baby.
Yeah.
And how old are you?
I was Korean age, was 17.
You were 17, but you're really about 10 years behind.
Like, yeah.
At least.
At least.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
And so what kind of education did they give you in South Korea?
They told us that South Korea was a free country, that Americans are not bastards. Because they told Americans were cold-blooded snakes in North Korea. So I remember one of my friends I took to South Korea, she was a white lady. My mom got drunk with soju and touching her, right? And then I just want to make sure that you are actually warm-blooded. Because that's what and in school we have posters of Americans.
Posters?
Because we don't have actual pictures of them. So our enemies are Americans, right? They're like our sworn enemy. So we gotta know how they look like. So they are cold-blooded, huge nose and blue eyes, green eyes, monsters. So, yeah.
So where did they educate you in South Korea?
There's a re-education center.
Oh, so they have a place where they take in people from North Korea?
Yeah, for 3 months. So they take you to ATM machine. So we never had a bank in North Korea, right? Like in the past, I heard there was a bank, but we didn't ask you to put the money and they don't give the money back to you. So nobody uses bank in North Korea. So I literally thought ATM machine, there's somebody inside the machine handing the money out to you through the window because I don't know automation.
Right.
And they teach you how to take a bus, how to even go to movie theater, order a ticket, because we never seen the digital devices. How to take the elevator, what is the escalator, it's like you just landing in a completely different planet.
What is that like?
Overwhelming. It's very having that choice, like when you go shopping and you have 10 different pants, right? And it's up to you to choose what you wear. And in North Korea, it was chosen by the regime. Freedom was difficult. I was literally saying, if I had enough frozen potato, had at least minimum food to eat, I would go back to North Korea.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
What brings you here?
Because I was not used to thinking. Thinking was hard. Thinking was not something I'm used to. I never had to think. But not only that, you have to think for yourself. What do you want to do with your life? And I was like, do I have to know? Can't you just not tell me what I need to do? Because I'm so good at following the orders. But they go in South Korea, so they were asking me, so what do you want to do? and what do you think? And what I thought never mattered. I couldn't believe like why what I think matters to you. So really thinking for yourself was very difficult. I would be so tired after thinking for 5 minutes. I would get exhausted all day. I literally get like, okay, working out with thinking is so hard. Like I would get so exhausted. Like, how does people like keep thinking here all day long?
They say the same thing happens to people when they get out of prison. That when they get out of prison, they call it being institutionalized. That when they get out of prison, they want to go back to prison.
Yeah.
And oftentimes they'll commit crimes just so that they can get arrested and go back to prison.
Yeah.
Because in prison, they're told what to do.
Yeah.
And they become accustomed to it.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like for you.
Yeah. But like for me, like when I was born, that was my lifestyle. And like I wasn't able, thinking was not a natural thing. So a lot of North Koreans do have a hard time to adjust to freedom.
When you first went to South Korea and you were able to eat whatever you wanted, what did you eat?
Eggs.
Eggs.
Boiled eggs.
That's what you wanted?
Yeah, because even beef was too fancy. I did not know that like what cow was, right?
You didn't know what a cow was?
I never knew the milk came out of cow because I never had milk in my life. So all North Koreans we know is like chicken and the eggs. So in North Korea, like egg is like the most fancy thing you can imagine. So I literally thought I could eat bucket of eggs. So
Egg is the most fancy thing that you can imagine.
yeah. So at North Koreans we boiled eggs and we like let me see how many I can eat, right? But after 5 you cannot eat more than 5 boiled eggs.
Go in peace.
So that's when I realized, not that even much it takes for me to fall. How I wasn't able to do that in that country.
So that was, do you remember the first time you ate until you were full?
Yeah, in China. But the thing is, you think you're gonna eat everything. Is that in China, like our stomach is not used to seasoning, like oil or fat. So I was getting nauseous a lot. I couldn't eat the normal food that that Chinese, even South Koreans eat.
Good luck, friend.
Because our system was eating without seasoning, just all the wild, plants and flowers, and not much going on. So going to China eating for the first time that was seasoned food was very hard on my stomach, and so it was actually not that great. Like you would think oh my god, it's a paradise. Your system doesn't take a while for you to adjust to the new kind of food.
How long did it take in South Korea before you felt comfortable?
Eating in hamburger,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
At least 2-3 years.
Wow.
Yeah. It's 2-3 years took me. Even not getting used to Coca-Cola, I literally thought some fire was happening where I never had a bubble in my life. So learning about now champagne is in the beginning I couldn't what is going on in my mouth. They're popping everywhere.
You had never had anything carbonated.
No, so it was shocking. It hurts me in the beginning. It took a while. Now I drink a few sips of Coca-Cola, but I couldn't do it for a long time. I still don't drink sparkling water. I don't know why anybody does that to torture themselves. Yeah, it's very painful.
Really?
In your throat, yeah. They're pounding you with something. I don't know.
Wow, that's crazy. What about alcohol?
People make alcohol illegally from corn.
In North Korea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they are very
Moonshine?
That-
very
that-
strong,
very strong,
nasty.
and very thick and not diluted at all.
Right.
You get the worst hangover from it.
Yeah.
That kind of alcohol they drink. I never knew what wine was. So I went to Napa with my mom last year. And they will keep telling us, what do you smell? How do I know?
Oh, they're so crazy with all that wine tasting
I
stuff.
know. It's I just heard about wine.
Right. Oh, and
Yeah.
they're saying hints of nutmeg
Yeah, some
and oak.
exactly oak. Yeah.
And they're smelling. Yeah, it's the strangest thing in the world.
Yeah.
For someone who's coming from North Korea to go to that might be the polar opposite of North Korea is a
Awesome.
Napa wine testing.
I don't know. I was and a lot of people tried to get me Burning Man.
Oh, they wanted to take you to Burning Man.
I saw some pictures. I was I don't think I'm ready for this. I might go crazy there.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Burning Man to go. That might be the opposite. Well, there's probably multiple polar opposites of North Korea, but Burning Man's probably one of them. But the
No.
fancy people of Napa, that's got to be up there.
So if somebody was treating me to this like restaurant called Singer Thread, like the French Laundry, same restaurant in Napa.
Oh, okay.
And then they did a tour at their like a front yard
Mm-hmm.
farm. They grow on their tomatoes and peppers.
Mm-hmm.
And like my mom was like, we've been eating this every day in North Korea organic. We did not know we were having like $500 a meal, you know. Because here people keep telling us it's organic. It's like everything was organic in our country.
Right, right,
Like what I want is like big portion.
right.
But here people really obsessed like a North Korean lifestyle. So yeah, my mom would never do this to me ever again. She's like, you're torturing, don't ever do this to me.
That's funny. That's funny. So, your experience in South Korea, they're educating you. Are you working? Do you start working? You're 17 years old, right? So what did you do while you were there?
So I remember at this interrogation man was asking me, so what you gonna do in South Korea? It's like, I don't know, maybe study, because I was still young. And he's like, why do you think you can study? Because he thought I was a hooker in China, because all North Korean women are them. And a lot of North Korean women ending up doing the same thing in South Korea because they don't even know how to turn on the computer. They don't know even what a Gmail is. Creating an account online is impossibility for them who never grew out of it. So they cannot get like nice office jobs, right? So only job they can take is like washing dishes. They cannot become even the waitress because we have an accent. And South Korea is very racist. They discriminate people who have an accent.
So they hear the North Korean accent.
Yeah.
What is the difference? Like, what does it sound like?
Like in South Korea we say 안녕하세요 is a hi, but in North Korea 안녕하십니까. Very formal. More like we call our friends. No, there's no friends in North Korea. Comrade. Like
Comrade.
only comrades exist.
So they know by the way you talk.
Yeah.
So but is it an accent? Are you saying the same words?
No.
You're saying them in a different way, or using different words?
Both of them different.
Both of them.
It's bigger difference than British and American English is that in North Korea, as I said, there's no bank.
Right.
So for me to understand credit card, what the heck you build your credit? They give you money, you pay back, and debit card,
right.
like saving. I mean, like for me to understand hedge fund, it took 10 years. I still don't get a lot of parts, but that's the thing. Like we don't have the vocabulary.
Right.
So learning from South Korean to English is a lot easier because I know what credit cards in South Korean means and American means.
Oh.
But like gay, what is gay?
You didn't know what gay was.
Of course, there's no dictionary. So I remember in San Francisco a few years ago when I came to America, after my speech, somebody came and hugged me. And I get really stiffened because some guy hugging me. And then he said, okay, don't worry, baby, I'm gay. Like, what the heck is gay?
You didn't know what
No.
gay was. How old were you when this was happening?
I was like 20. Yeah.
Wow. So there was no gay people in North Korea?
We don't know the word. So now tell me about the sexual, non-binary, but like whatever, how many pronouns that I found later. And I was like, this is a different planet. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, we don't know the concept. And we don't know the concept of romance or love. How do you expect us to know what gay is?
How do people find their husbands and wives and relationships in North Korea?
Usually governments assigns also marriage or through family, families, the parents do the assigned marriages.
So the South Koreans are racist against the North Koreans, even though you look very similar.
Yeah.
Can you tell a difference by looking at someone?
Height difference.
Height difference
So we are
because of malnutrition.
yeah, on average 3 to 5 inch shorter on average.
Mm.
But the younger generation in North Korea gets shorter.
Mm.
That's the thing. Our grandpa was the tallest, and my father and me.
Keeps
So
getting smaller
South
and
Korea is the
smaller.
opposite. It keep going up, and North Korea keep getting smaller and smaller.
So in South Korea, because of nutrition, and so when you are learning, where do they have you stay?
I had to find this like thing called a go시tel, like a 1 feet room where like very cheap in Seoul. So I was working at this like Daiso, it's like $1 store in Korea. So I was teenager, American age, I was 15 years old. South Korea is a different way of counting age. So you're gonna be confused. So in South Korea, North Korea, when you're born, the day you are born, you're 1.
You're 1 when you're born.
Yep. And then
Oh.
January 1st, you're 2. So if somebody was born December 31st, they're 1. Tomorrow, January 1st, they become 2.
Even when they're a baby?
Yeah, they're 2 days old and they're 2 years old.
Really?
Yeah, so they count age like that. So when you're born, you're 1. And then you gain age not on your birthday. January 1st, you gain 1 year.
This is only North Korea.
And South Korea, both.
South Korea too?
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
So if you're born in December,
Yeah.
you're 1 years old, and then in January you're 2, even
Yeah.
though you're only a month old.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So I was born in October. So I was 1. And then December, 2 months later, I became 2 years old.
So you were 2 years old when you were 2 months old.
Yeah.
So even though you were 17, you were really 15.
Yeah, so America, that's why there was some confusion when I was giving interviews in the beginning. When I escaped from North Korea age, I was 15. So in South Korean press, I had to tell them Korean age,
Right.
right? Then it translates to English article. So why was it 15 and 13? Because of the age counting is different.
Oh.
So I arrived there as American age, I was 15. But South Korean age, I was 17 years old.
Wow. So you're really 15 years old American age.
Yeah.
And you are working in a dollar store.
Yeah, the
And staying
Daiso.
at a and so you're supporting yourself
Yeah,
and learning.
yeah.
And
I told myself I took GED, so I crashed from 1 year to elementary, middle school, high school, everything within a year. So that's how I went to university when I was 17 years old, American age.
and you, which is amazing because a lot of people here don't even go to university when they're 17 and they're studying their whole life under normal circumstances. And you were obsessed, right?
Yeah, I was obsessed.
You were obsessed. Like you gotten to the point where you were malnourished because you weren't eating because all you were doing was studying.
Yeah, I know. It's like I end up in ER. Somebody called and there's like, you're malnourished. So I'm still like 79, like 80 pounds, but way smaller than this.
So right now you're 80 pounds.
Yeah.
But back then you were like,
I didn't have the skills to hold
Right.
enough for the skills. So.
but you weren't even thinking about food. You were just trying to learn.
And there was a food that was expensive. So it was, in South Korea as a student working in the dollar store and studying, everything was expensive. So it was, I couldn't really afford the 3 meals a day, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
And so what were you studying and how were you doing it?
I was doing all the school requirement projects for GED, right? Biology, physics, math, English, history, all this writing, everything. But on top of that, I was reading books. I read, last year I read a few hundred books, but in South Korea I was reading at least 100 books outside of the school curriculum books that you're required to read. So because I did not know what Shakespeare is. How embarrassing is that? People talk about Romeo and Juliet. I'm like, who the heck is Romeo and Juliet?
Yeah.
I remember I got to South Korea. This guy, somebody called Michael Jackson died, right? It's on TV and there's some funerals. Like, who the heck is Michael Jackson? And then sometime later, this guy called Apple Steve Jobs died. I'm like, is that a big deal that Steve Jobs died?
Who was it?
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs. Oh.
So I don't know what Steve Jobs is.
Right.
So that's amusing. Why these people are so upset? And obviously there's some days later Nelson Mandela dies. Who is Nelson Mandela? Right?
Right.
I don't know.
It's so strange
Yeah.
to be 15 years old and learning about the whole world, not knowing anything that's happening in other countries, other continents, not knowing anything about pop stars and world.
Keep that thunder to yourself. I don't want to hear it, Zeus. Describe it!
Illusion.
Dire's top tower is Radiant's middle tower is fortified their structures against attack. Radiant should look to their bottom tower. We'll have more. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's middle tower is under attack. Triple kill!
You're not afraid of spiders, are you?
Radiant's bottom tower is zero. Perfect! Of course is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Trust me,
Radiant
I know
structures
how
are
to handle
fortified.
such power.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Now the fight resumes. But will it follow the same thread? I must have them all!
Immortality!
Regeneration.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
bloom light your path.
My goods are of the highest quality.
Greetings. Till next we meet. Goddess, watch over you. I am honored.
Peace be with you. Ashaf Elah. Greetings. What brings you here? Good luck, friend.
Welcome to Zoe, Science and Nutrition, where world-leading scientists explain how their research can improve your health. We can all agree, belly fat is stubborn, but it also stores excess energy, produces essential hormones. Too much could lead to serious health issues, yet the constant barrage of messages to eliminate it overlooks the reason why it's there in the first place. New research reveals that gut bacteria may play a part. Certain bacteria may make weight loss easier, while others contribute to obesity. For some, belly fat might even be a protective response to harmful bacteria that escape the gut. So could our gut bacteria be the key to achieving a healthy level of belly fat? Today's guests are at the forefront of this groundbreaking research. Dr. Suzanne Debkota is the Director of Microbiome Research at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, and a key figure in this rapidly evolving field. She's one of a small group of scientists running cutting-edge studies on gut bacteria, how they impact disease, and how they might also heal us. She's joined today by another pioneer in the world of gut microbiome research, Professor Tim Spector. Tim is one of the world's top 100 most cited scientists, a professor of epidemiology, and my scientific co-founder at Zoe. You'll leave today's episode with a new perspective on belly fat and tips for supporting the bacteria living beneath it. And if you're interested in learning about the foods that nourish your unique gut microbiome, you should check out Zoe's personalized nutrition program. Your Zoe program starts when you send us a stool sample, which we analyze with the world's most advanced gut health tests to understand the exact bacteria that you have in your gut. Our scientists have identified 50 bacteria linked with positive health outcomes and 50 linked with negative ones. We'll tell you which ones you have and exactly what to eat to feed the good ones. Why should you trust us? Zoe has the largest microbiome database on the planet and the most advanced home gut health test in the world. So you can be sure that your personalized nutrition program can help your gut help take care of you. Visit Zoe.com to get your at-home test kit and personalized nutrition program today. Now let's get on with today's episode with Dr. Suzanne Dakota and Professor Tim Spector. Suzanne, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you.
And Tim, always fantastic to have you with us.
Great to be here.
So Suzanne, we have a tradition here at Zoe where we always start with a quick fire round of questions from our listeners. We have some very strict rules. You can say yes or no, or if you absolutely have to, a one-sentence answer. And I can see you laughing because it's designed to be really hard for researchers. Are you willing to give it a go?
Sure.
Brilliant. And Tim, I know you know how to do this one. All right, starting with Suzanne. Could gut bacteria cause belly fat to expand?
Yes.
Does belly fat play a role in our immune system?
Yes.
Tim, could too much belly fat increase our risk of disease?
Yes, even if you're thin.
And finally, Suzanne, what's the most surprising thing that you found in your research on the gut microbiome and belly fat?
That bacteria actually can live in fat tissue.
Amazing. And I know we're going to get into that and your really amazing research. I think I want to begin, though, by just recognizing that body fat is a very sensitive issue, right? We're constantly surrounded with marketing messages that it's shameful not to have a perfect body. Meanwhile, we also know that there are people all over the world who are still afraid of eating fat for fear that that fat is going to immediately be stored on their body and specifically on their belly. So this whole topic is definitely sort of full of this sort of anxiety. So I'd love to just take a step back. And it sounds really obvious, but what is belly fat?
So belly fat, you can observe it externally. There's fat that just accumulates in the midsection. But when we talk about it, I think in medical and scientific terms, we're thinking the deeper layers. We really are looking at the fat that's attached to our internal organs. We call that visceral fat. And the fat, that visceral fat that's attached to the organs, when it expands with overnutrition and often in obesity, the risk for cardiometabolic disease significantly increases with more visceral fat accumulation. The belly fat often that we might see externally can be what's called subcutaneous fat, and that's a completely different depot of fat that does different things metabolically. Cosmetically, we don't like it, but it actually is less harmful than the internal visceral fat attached to our organs.
If I understand right, you're saying I could have fat just sort of stored right under my skin, and even if that's on my belly, it's not necessarily hurting me so much, but I could also have it sort of deeper into my belly and it's sort of around these organs. Why is that bad?
When we chronically eat too much and we gain fat, we need that excess calories to go somewhere. If they don't go into fat tissue, they'll go into places like the liver or places that can cause some serious problems metabolically. And so the subcutaneous fat underneath our skin tends to be the place where the excess calories will go first. Fat expansion is a healthy process. It's not something that we want to advocate, but it is the body's way of maintaining a homeostasis. Often when you might exceed your capacity to store it in subcutaneous fat, you will also start to build it in the deeper fat attached to the organs. And fat, now when it's attached to organs that carry out critical functions in the body, like the gut or the kidneys or even the heart, there's a cross-communication that we still don't fully understand between fat tissue and the organs that can lead to kind of knock-on effects systemically.
It's harder to use that fat as well, isn't it? So there's a difference between the superficial fat under your skin, which actually is more readily burnt when you're exercising, for example, than the deeper fat, but harder to get it out of your system once it's there. So there's that difference in some temporary fat, if you like, and more hard to shift fat.
Yeah, so fat's not one thing. It's not just one big glob of fat in our bodies. It's actually partitioned in our bodies in an interesting way.
When was the last time you listened to your gut? There's a lot of misleading health advice out there, and a lot of what we're told about food is wrong. It's time we listened to what's right. Zoe scientists are gut health experts. We have one of the world's largest microbiome databases and most scientifically advanced at-home gut health tests. This lets us provide personalized nutrition insights and advice you can't get anywhere else. Listening to your gut starts with an at-home test kit that includes a metabolic fitness test to help you understand your body's responses to food, and our gut health test that helps you understand the good and bad microbes in your gut. Then Zoe's app uses your test results to create your personalized program, helping you build life-changing nutrition habits step by step. Gut health is central for good health, so listen to your gut and give Zoe a try by becoming a member. The first step is easy. Go to Zoe.com and use the code podcast to get 10% off. As a Zoe member, you'll get a comprehensive at-home test kit and personalized nutrition program. So go to zoe.com and get 10% off with the code podcast. Now back to the show.
So I actually have a personal story about this, and it's right back to the very early days of Zoe, because I had never really thought about my fat at all. I'd always been told that actually I probably needed to put some weight on. And as part of the initial clinical trials that we were doing with Zoe in the early days, we had about 1,000 participants come into hospital, get lots of measurements taken. And one of them was this scan, which is called a DEXA scan, where it's very cool. It looks at what's inside your body. So I thought that was quite exciting. And I thought that I was going to get a really fantastic, clean bill of health. And actually, I remember as I did it, the nurse doing this test being really surprised and looking at it really carefully. And then passing it on. And eventually I got the results back a little bit later. And I remember Tim explaining to me that basically I'm thin on the outside and fat on the inside. And actually I had a lot of fat layered into this visceral fat you're talking about, which is the first time I'd ever heard that term. And this was very bad news.
You were a toffee. Thin on the outside, fat on the inside. Yeah, which a lot of people are, and in a way don't realize that they have poor metabolic health because of that. And it's quite genetic as well. So it's seen quite a lot in Asian populations where they don't have external signs of fat, but on the inside, it's really important. So yeah, you were a great example, Jonathan.
And it was a big shock to me, to be honest. It's one of the things that really kick-started my personal desire to really follow all the nutrition advice that we've sort of been working through with Zoe over the last few years, because I sort of got interested in this actually because I'd had food intolerances. I know we're going to talk a little bit about your own experiences, but actually that had pushed me to eating this very classic Western diet, huge amounts of sort of refined carbohydrate, and I'd assumed that it was having no impact on me. So that was really amazing to sort of realize that I was not as healthy on the inside as I had thought. And that's the first time I'd experienced this. So I think, is that very unusual to only have this visceral fat and not have lots of visible fat everywhere else across your body?
It's not unusual. As Tim mentioned, there's definitely subgroups of individuals, and tends to be, there's some genetic association as well of individuals who are very thin. You would never view them as, who have type 2 diabetes are thin, but they're storing the fat that they eat, or it's actually not the fat that they're eating, it's largely the carbs that they're eating in their liver or in their visceral fat depot. So they won't look overweight or obese, but they may be just as unhealthy on the inside. And that's an area of research that's really growing right now. Why are some people depositing their fat in this way versus the way we traditionally think about fat deposition? And I think we can learn a lot from comparing the two types.
So I'd love to sort of go from this to your own research on belly fat, because you've found this amazing way in which it might actually interact with our gut bacteria in a very surprising way. And I know you specifically studied people with Crohn's disease, and I'd love you to explain what that is, and then I think also expand to how that might apply to the rest of us. But could you maybe just start at the beginning, why did you choose to study people with Crohn's disease? What is it?
In graduate school, I was in an inflammatory bowel diseases lab, but my background is actually nutrition and metabolism. So I was formally trained in studying metabolic diseases, and it's a long story, but I ended up in an inflammatory bowel diseases lab, and I said, okay, how can I bring these two worlds together? And so we really wanted to understand nutrition in chronic intestinal inflammation, but studying it through the lens of the microbiome. And how can the diets we eat shape the microbiome and then either potentially drive or prevent inflammation in the gut? That got me into IBD, and I continued that work until through today. And I have learned a lot about, no disease is one thing. There's many different subtypes of disease, and it's true in obesity and diabetes, and it's true in IBD. And so I think that has been a big fascination for me in understanding where nutrition and the gut microbiome can help stratify these different subgroups. And IBD is really two diseases. It's Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. They affect different parts of the GI tract. They manifest differently.
And Suzanne, the GI tract is?
Oh, the gastrointestinal tract. So really, your GI tract is from your mouth to your anus, the whole tube. And Crohn's can affect anywhere in the GI tract, from the mouth to the anus. Ulcerative colitis affects the colon primarily. And we're interested in studying both of those, but we focus a bit more on Crohn's disease.
And lots of people listening to this won't be familiar with Crohn's disease. So could you just help us understand very simply, what is going on?
Sure.
Is it very common?
The epidemiology of it is very interesting. Where in the world, how it manifests in different populations. It's definitely most prevalent in Western populations, although it is increasing in countries that are becoming more westernized. And diet is one of the things that is pointed to for that. Diet and lifestyle. So all the things that come with living a Western lifestyle, sedentary and poor diet and processed foods. There is a genetic component to it. So we say that with Crohn's and colitis, a multi-hit disease. Not one thing will cause it. You need more than one thing. Often it's a combination of genetics, microbiome, unusual immune response, and the environment. And it could be any two or more combinations of those items can trigger the disease. Beyond that, we honestly don't know. For every person who comes in with a new diagnosis, what caused it are usually very different. And so it's really hard to say this causes IBD.
And could you give us a sense of what it's like to be living with Crohn's?
Yeah, it's pretty awful. So chronic inflammation, you'll feel it. You'll have pain. You won't want to eat. Often individuals who have Crohn's or colitis tend to be thin, just because they're still trying to figure out what food triggers they have. They don't know, so they just avoid to avoid the pain. It's a common, we would all do that, I think. Although it is kind of changing. There is more and more co-occurrence of obesity with IBD, but typically IBD patients are pretty lean because of the food avoidance. Also, you have to go to the bathroom very often. You might go 10, 12 or more times per day. So you always have to think, if you go in a social outing or anywhere you are, where's the bathroom? How do you explain it to your friends? And people are not often very comfortable talking about bathroom habits. So adds that added layer of social discomfort to that as well. So it's and then you're on constant you're trying different medications. We still don't know. There's no one medication that works for every person. So often when you're newly diagnosed, you'll try one, it works for a while, and then it stops working, and you try another, and then another. And I think creates a lot of frustration for patients.
Yeah, and I used to see, when I was a rheumatologist, obviously it's an autoimmune condition. So in this big family of diseases where the immune system is attacking itself, it's got the wrong messages, and therefore and you end up attacking your own intestine. And you also get skin changes. You can attack your own skin, and arthritis was quite common. So about 10% or something like that of these people get quite bad, what we call seronegative arthritis. So yeah, lots of things going on, and there's lots of inflammation as well. So and that makes generally people very tired. So that's the other sort of clinical thing you see in these autoimmune conditions, is that the whole immune system is just overexcited and working hard all the time, which gives you everyone fatigue as well as these specific gut problems.
Absolutely. And another interesting aspect is that external environmental changes can cause flares. So periods of high stress can cause individuals to flare when they were managed, through medication. International travel, jet lag, things like that can cause people to flare. And those are, interesting aspects that we still don't fully understand.
So firstly, it sounds really tough. Secondly, I'd like to go and talk about this study, because I think what's interesting is both what you found in this study, but also sort of your belief that it has sort of much broader relevance, not just for people who are suffering from Crohn's, but from everybody else. So can we get into the study? Can you tell us about it?
The study came about by kind of accident, as many do. I had been interested in looking at bacteria and fat tissue under this broad umbrella of just, do bacteria leave the gut and go into other places, which is a difficult question to address scientifically, because you're always trying to manage contamination and things like that. But it has been observed by many, many people that bacteria can be recovered independent of sepsis, traditional blood infections of bacteria. People have reported recovering bacteria from the liver and other places. And so when I joined Cedars-Sinai in the gastrointestinal department, I was presenting some of our mouse work on bacterial translocation, actually in obesity. And there was a colorectal surgeon in the audience who we work with closely today who said, what about creeping fat? And creeping fat is this variant, and we'll talk about it a little bit more, but this unusual manifestation of visceral fat attached to the gut that is unique to Crohn's disease. And it expands and wraps around the intestine when there is inflammation inside the intestine. It's been this long surgical mystery, but surgeons, when they have to do surgery on a patient to remove part of their intestine, they look for this fat wrapping as a demarcation for where they should cut, And I said, well, that's really interesting, but where would I get these patients and these samples? And he said, well, I can get them for you. I see them every week. And that started probably a 8-year collaboration with Phil Fleschner, and we've collected probably over 200 patients. COVID slowed that down a little bit, but collected surgical samples from individuals who are going in to get part of their intestines removed. And people have been observing this for a long time. We know there's chronic inflammation going on. Could it be that microbes in the intestine are, leaving the gut because of this chronic barrier disruption? The intestine, when it gets inflamed, the barrier that keeps everything in the gut becomes loose and quote unquote leaky.
Normally, should any bacteria be coming out of my gut and going into the rest of my body?
Well, that's something interesting that we found through the study is actually bacterial translocation is very normal in all of us. It happens. But when you have a normal working immune system, it's really of little consequence. You clear them, and it's no issue. We would find bacteria in the fat of healthy tissues as well.
You're saying in a normal, healthy person, actually, some of the bacteria is like sneaking through the gut and into the sort of surrounds of my gut all the time, but it's just that my immune system is sort of zapping it before it goes off and causes some, horrible infection or something. Is that
correct? Yes. And it's very different types of bacteria in healthy individuals that are translocating than what we see in our IBD patients. So it's a factor of having a competent immune system and actually different bugs that tend to be more, quote unquote, benign from our experience. Bacteria are not trying to cause disease. A lot of what we study are accidents, being at the wrong place at the wrong time, but it persists and you get disease. Microbes really aren't trying to harm their host. It doesn't benefit them, but things happen. We might change our diet suddenly because we travel, and that can cause short-term defects in our gut barrier. It's not major consequence. We self-repair, but you can get these periods of leakiness through simple things that we do in our day-to-day life, and those are probably the moments when bacteria translocate. But we really don't see, when we look at that tissue, any abnormalities like what we see in our Crohn's patients.
So tell me what you found at the end of these 8 years and all of these samples. What was the discovery?
So the big mystery was, how does fat tissue on the outside of the intestine know where this inflammation is on the inside of the intestine? Because the fat's only wrapping there. If you go just 2 centimeters over to the healthy gut, there's no fat wrapping there. So there's this migration and there's some signal, some communication between the gut and the fat. And as a microbiome researcher, I said, could it be that microbes are the signal, whether microbes directly translocating or some byproduct from the microbiome seeping into the fat tissue? And so we asked, okay, let's take fat tissue from these patients. We had the gut and we had the fat attached. We sampled from the gut by sequencing and by cultivation in parallel, because we wanted to see not just, is there dead bacteria? We want to see if there are live bacteria there. So we cultivate in parallel from the gut and the fat. And we were absolutely stunned to find the sheer numbers and diversity of different bacteria living in the fat tissue. And these were all organisms that live in the gut. So these were not skin bugs, these were not mouth bugs. These were the same bacteria that we're also recovering from the intestine. So the fat tissue is not a normal home for bacteria. We confirm they are coming from the gut. But clearly some will go and die and some will go and survive. And we're really fascinated in the ones that are able to go and continue living. And the work that we have continued from our originally published study is really diving deep into looking at these organisms that are surviving in fat tissue. And what we're finding is they have a very different genetic makeup than other bacteria in the gut. Namely, they have a much larger number of lipid metabolizing genes. So they can use fat more readily when presented with an environment that's rich in fat.
Suzanne, just help me to understand that for a minute. I think first of all, you're saying you did all this analysis and the answer is these bugs were still living in the fat outside of the gut. So they're like happily there, munching on, well, if this was me, effectively, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Your fat.
Your fat.
And so they're like specially, when you say they're like lipid optimized, that's science speak for like they eat fat particularly?
They can use fat for fuel, yeah.
So they literally manage to escape from the gut, get into your fat, and then they just start eating you from the inside out, which sounds like it might be this amazing new drug, but I'm guessing it's not where you want it or in the right way, before anyone is suddenly thinking this is...
Right. It actually does the opposite thing. So bugs are not reducing your fat by eating it. First of all, you have way more fat than the bacteria that are in there. So that's a big job.
Don't worry, Jonathan. It's not all going to disappear.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried about that. I was just thinking that before, I just thought you're blowing my mind here. So I just want to make sure I understand.
Well, what we actually found is a feedback mechanism. So the fat, what it is actually doing is responding to the presence of microbes. So microbes, as I mentioned earlier, do not belong in fat tissue. And so the immune cells and the fat, the stem cells in the fat and so on, when they see the bacteria there, part of and this is what we've been working on in the lab for some time, is the fat is actually acting like the body's Band-Aid. It is saying, okay, there's a source of microbes coming in, there's a breach somewhere, let's migrate to that spot and grow around it. Okay, so as long as the microbes are actually stimulating this Band-Aid-like response. So because the way we discovered that was when we looked in the blood of these patients, we did not see bacterial products in the blood. They looked like healthy people.
So Suzanne, you're basically saying that I'm actually going to grow more fat to sort of wrap around this bacteria that's where it shouldn't be, almost like sort of encase it.
Encasing to protect the body from having bacteria spread everywhere. And so this visceral fat attached to organs, what we're proposing is that it's not just a vat for excess calories when we overconsume. It's actually, fat is this very dynamic, responsive, active tissue that's doing more in our bodies. One of the other things it may be doing is responding to bacteria to protect the body.
So it's part of the immune system, really.
Yeah, and you could view it that way.
Because I think this is a huge change in our idea of what fat is. And not only do we know it's metabolically active, but actually it's a key part of our defense and immune system, that it can deal with infections. And we've never thought of it in that way. And every year we find out the immune system is actually more complicated than we gave it credit for. So it's yet another way in which our body reacts to threats of infection or autoimmunity. So yeah, that's really, really fascinating.
And when we look at the immune milieu, the immune environment of the fat tissue, it looks completely different than healthy tissue, and it looks quite different than obese tissue as well. But we are studying that as well from gastric bypass patients, trying to see if what we're observing is more universal than just applied to Crohn's disease. But we definitely see immune cells aggregating throughout the fat tissue, almost as like the sentinel sites for mobilization against further bacterial stimulation. A lot of really interesting adaptive immune cells that typically are not there.
And are these microbes one that, as well as liking fat, do they like the inflammation? Because generally fat cells produce these inflammatory chemicals, don't they?
So we don't know if they like the inflamed environment, but we do know they have several immune evasion strategies.
Rav, episode 7. Let me be very clear here. Non-family friendly for the next 12 minutes. All right? The deadliest thing to solo in hardcore WoW. Attention gamers. Rav episode 7. We just sit back, relax, and enjoy. Let's get it rolling.
Attention gamers. Previously on my attempt to play safe and stay alive in hardcore WoW, I took my weapon off during the last boss of a 5-man dungeon that I did with 3 people. I beat a multi-year rank 1 player in a bare knuckle beatdown before developing
That's Last Monk, man. We gotta get over it, man.
A crush on the chick who has proven multiple times that Tyler 1 is a true lady killer. I fought in the civil war between tribes by teabagging the leader of the Ginger Blood Scalps while interrogating every last one in an attempt to find my barber buddy's kidnapped son before joining forces with a hunter who felt eerily familiar to discover that an outcast by the name of Zanzel would need to be executed in order to end this war. Now Zanzel the outcast is no joke, as many guildies last year were strangled by the thorns of this veil when attempting to fight him because he throws a wooden dildo in the ground that spawns a small army, making him one of the deadliest mobs in the area. But he didn't know who he was messing with. The guy who wrangled the deadliest panther in the forest alone.
There we go. Bagthera, 1v1. I love the Pokemon theme, bro. This was my childhood. This was my childhood, bro. Straight up. It actually is oddly calming for me.
Turns out halfway, and when I failed to put on a band-aid, I had to run only to think the son of the hardcore avatar would never back away, so I came back and just to discover that I can keep this tabby more stunned than a young EDP445 expecting cupcakes.
What did that even
Using
mean?
a bow ruins the one-arm RP mage.
And that lets me chug some liquid confidence and delay a bit for cooldowns.
Using a bow ruins the one-arm RP mage.
And win a fight against a cat by being the bigger pussy. Zanzel may be the leader of these trolls, but he was about to deal with the reason there's not gonna be another Jurassic Park sequel. This is where I met 2 Roddies, Elixir of Diddy and Cup of Cosby from the guild 5 Nights at Diddy's. Based off their names, I figured these 2 wouldn't be the type to ask questions, so I told them I need to kill the blue one alone, and after studying the streams of my sweaty WoW ancestors, here is how I did that.
Shooting bow?
Yeah, Teth is, yeah. Sold that guy.
With one arm was epic. How are you using a bow with one hand? If you have one arm, how do you hold the bow?
Every comment, one-armed rogue, how are you using a bow? How does Rav use the bow?
Wouldn't throwing knives be more ideal since it's used with one arm? A one-armed rogue can use a bow? How? Had no one spoken about the fact that he is using a bow? And how that functions with one hand? How can you shoot bow with one hand? One-armed bow user. Are you not technically using 2 hands when you shoot a bow?
Dude, I love it. Okay, real talk, Rav. You probably should swap the challenge to just throwing weapons, because why not? You shut up all the haters just by throwing, and it's not even that much worse. What do you lose, like 4 agility on the stat stick? Like, just, God, yeah.
Sounds like cheating to me. How do you use a bow with one hand? One arm rogue. Using a bow broke my immersion. How are you using a bow with one hand? Bro, you can't use a bow as a one-handed troll. So, you're RPing as a one-armed troll. Who can use a bow? How does that work last time I checked? Bro, why are you using a bow with a broken hand? You can't use a bow with one arm for a troll with only one good arm. He sure is good at using a bow. Okay, this is just lazy writing. Never in the history of the world has someone shot a bow while missing an arm.
But he held it together.
Yeah.
So for another perfect score.
So yeah, Zanzel may be able to summon others at his command, but I too had the respect of others around me.
It's so good, it's so good.
I mean, but he didn't realize that he was being stalked by he who slayed the deadliest tiger in the area. This was slightly complicated, as the plan was to kite him to some ramp where I could abuse classic WoW shitty code to confuse his little NPC GPS when he types in my dead ass as the destination, but this proved to be complicated. The first attempt at this, I managed to invite one of his nephews to the show, and then every time I would turn around there would be another. I tried to deal with the litter, but give the HR department at Tiger Town credit, they would find replacements almost instantly.
This isn't going well. Yeah, this is bad. This is not. I would probably get out of here for sure. Yeah, good call.
The very next pull I managed to wrangle the zebra cat to the place where I could play this like a grade A pussy, but little did I know his kids pop out like Chris Hansen, which means Cup of Cosby and Elixir of Diddy definitely wouldn't be helping, but also that I would be failing again. Considering this was hardcore, a normal person would have just given up knowing that the Cincinnati Zoo comes out at 50%, but I was determined and nothing was going to stop me on my next attempt.
I'm
out of ammo. Fuck me, Mom.
Turns out what happens at a Diddy party is that they inform you that thrown weapons are better for this kind of kiting, which means the whole fail RP bow stint that I used just to bait comments out of classic Andes to drive engagement on my YouTube videos was actually holding me back, and this was going to be way easier.
Dude, actually, not wrong. Throwing knives, bis for kiting, they're quicker. All right, throwing knives are just better, and it fits the RP. I love it.
Until less fans left Testicle randomly came in and decided to be the good Samaritan and help, which not only ruined my glory, but it also.
Oh, you're telling me Rav got help to solo an elite quest from a rep paladin? Oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Yeah, he should just have to delete then, start over. I can't believe he got helped.
So ruined my plan on how to deal with the little kitty cat, so I had to reset for one last attempt.
Okay, let's go. 5 attempts in. Bangalash, 42. Let's send it. %, Kinney. Kinney, nice, on the push. Oh, yeah. Look, oh, okay. Have a
and that's the story of how I became a big gay hunter that was offered 2 rewards that I would never use, because after all, a one-armed rogue can't shoot a bow. But with that, it was time for the final showdown with the moan threatening our tribe.
Cheap shot, kitty shot, lightning bolt, interrupt, kick, kite it out, kill the totems. One arm, gouge, throw, boom.
In hindsight, my father did this butt-ass naked with a thrown weapon, so I should have known it'd be easy, but it's worth noting that I did find that one troll's son, the reason we went down this tribal World War rabbit hole. Turns out he was a dick, so I killed him. But then it was time to part ways with my cheering section.
Okay,
for legal reasons I can't say we were ever friends, but I can say that you two taught me so much. Like how snowballs can actually save you from fall damage in this game. You see, during the holiday event that turns you into a festive member of the superior faction, you can go into the mountains where there will be an elite Grinch. Don't fight him, as he can repetitively stun you for 5 seconds at a time, and I may or may not have had a close call there, but it's here where you can loot piles of snowballs. Using these typically just makes it look like you creamed yourself, but if you are in a party, they have a whole different effect. These never expire and thus can be used at any time to ensure a smooth landing so that you never grayson yourself unexpectedly.
Oh!
And
wait,
so
I actually didn't know that. Do you guys know that? That the event is over though, because it's January now, so I can't get any snowballs. I didn't know that. Ah, dude, yeah, if Grayson had that, he probably still would have forgot to use it and died anyway. But, you know, if I had that, like, to stop fall damage, that would be nice.
A final farewell to the lessons learned from Cup of Cosby and Elixir of Diddy, and it was time to move on. To the night I was trading random shit to the local bartender to fuel my alcohol addiction when I hit an important milestone, which meant it was time for some shopping.
Mount, baby, mount. Mount, baby, mount. Get the blue one, get the blue one. Get the blue one, get the blue one. That's right, it matches the hair. Yup, yup. There we go. Yup. That's nice.
This meant that I would be able to travel with the utmost swiftness both on ground and through the skies.
You haven't lived until you look down on the world from the back.
I'm so happy we don't have this anymore. Oh my gosh.
7L. R7JV.
V.
7.
No, not O. Oh god. It's V, I think. Yeah.
But for as fast as I could travel, my kill times were slow, so I had a plan. I would sneak into a fortress and for hours I would level up my ability to open boxes. You see, I read that the best dagger in the game at my level drops from one of these boxes, so I collected dozens with the plan to give you guys the most epic unboxing in WoW YouTube history.
That's like 10, that's like 20 boxes, Rev. I don't know. We might need a couple 100,000 of them. I think we're gonna need billions of them, in fact. Yeah, there's no way he's gonna get a gut ripper from these. Absolutely 0% chance. No, we're gonna need more than that. Way more. Way a lot more. A ton more. That's an edit. That's an edit, yeah.
But without a good weapon for my one good arm at this level,
Damn.
Groups didn't want to bring me along as dungeons were getting harder and I was just a handicap. Even when I would convince others to do hard quests with me, they would just shit
Oh, is
themselves.
that Myzoth? The quest we soloed up?
And almost die, opting to bail on a fight that we could have clutched if they didn't have Roach bound to every key, then flat out leave the group when we could go straight back in and get our glory, only for me to find out they were talking shit about me behind my back. I had achieved villain status and for the first time I knew how McConnell felt.
I really support you and your one-armed dream. Because I watch all your videos, man.
But then I learned about the one thing that would get me into groups. The one thing that would make me wonder.
I want to last monk. Run CF and we actually need someone with a mallet today.
The one thing that every group at my level needed. And that's when I decided I was going to get the mallet of Zul Farrak.
Oh, true. True.
Now this is normally something people do in large groups because step 1 involves infiltrating a large heavily guarded staircase where a level 50 elite priest perches at the top. I first had to deal with her Senjin Secret Service staff. And then I was ready for the first attempt against her, which proved to be more difficult than I expected.
I don't think he can solo. Wait, hold on. Where did the ads go?
The elite priest perches at the top. I first had to deal with her Senjin Secret Service staff. And
how did that happen? Hold up. What? How are you killing one ad at a time? Huh? Sap?
then I was ready for the first attempt against her, which proved to be more difficult than I expected.
Those are linked. Good question. Yeah, that would be hard to deal with those. I don't know how the edit worked. Nice.
But you know my motto? What happens at a Diddy party stays at a Diddy.
Okay, cheap shot, crippling, rupture, evasion, gouge, 50% life, health pot. We have thistle, we got respawns, blind, prep, evasion, berserking, kick. Honestly, bro, that was well played, Rav. Well done.
Health warning. Shit, I forgot about that one.
And that would give me the base of the sacred mallet.
Nice.
But to turn it into the mallet that all groups need, I would have to take it to the altar of Zul.
Yep.
Atop a mountain full of hundreds of elites, guarded by stealth-detecting wolves that are hard
Last monk, man. Oh gosh.
to kill by the most prepared of groups.
Oh my god, last monk, you're taking so much damage.
But this was a mission for me and me alone.
Got this, Rab Jr. Boom! Well done. Wait, Mara? Wait, looking for group Mara? Did he mean to say ZF? Wait, hold on. Wait, did he mean to say ZF? Or I wonder if that was a... maybe he's trolling us. I don't know. Maybe... Yeah, he's probably trolling us, huh? Oh my gosh. Okay. Rav, well done. I think the one-armed bow edit was one of my favorite edits yet. He's trolling because he's already done ZF. Yeah, true. He's already out-leveled by that point. Chi-Chi Nori. Baiting comments? Yeah, okay.
Hello, friends.
Hey, Zane. You're,
Hello, my guy.
You were talking on both proximity and Discord, Zane.
Do you hear me in-game as well?
Yeah. You sounded like the voice of God in full echo.
The voice of God.
Nice to meet you guys.
Me too.
Are we ready?
We're on the boat. Fire 99.
Okay, cool. Quick introduction, everyone. I used to play Warcraft 3, then StarCraft 2 and HOTS, and now I play WoW for the first time. How about you guys?
You changed from like playing RTSs to MMO?
Yeah.
How come? What made you want to change?
I avoided WoW because I was pursuing a tournament career back in 2005, and so I thought I might get addicted to WoW, and I now know that to be true, so I saved my tournament career.
Very smart.
Did you end up going forward with the tournament like career?
Oh
in the
yeah.
other games?
Yeah. I built my life on it.
It's cool.
How about you?
I am a old school RuneScape streamer.
Cool.
And yeah, I've just been streaming that for like 10 or 11 years, and I played WoW in like 2004, and then I played during the actual classic release in 2019, and now I'm playing in OnlyFans.
Cool.
Pretty fun.
I played RuneScape once, but I was sponsored by Jagex, and it was not the one that most people were more passionate about. It was not the old school one. It was like their new one.
Oh, you played RuneScape 3. RuneScape 3 is... I haven't played too much, but it's alright.
Well, what about RuneScape? It wasn't always called old school, because once upon a time it must have been the only one. So why is it called old school?
Yeah, because they re-released it in 2012. So it became old school, and then the new RuneScape 3, like, they added abilities built in like that took away player killing. So.
Got it. I played 3, says my moderator, so...
Nice to meet you, Grubby.
Nice to meet you, Zane. Is it Zane or X-Zane?
Either one works. I guess people say Zane all the time, but I prefer X-Zane.
Okay, X-Zane.
Insane.
I was waiting for you guys to finish, but yeah, I'm pretty much just a WoW gamer, PvPer, I guess you could say.
Cool. Retail, classic?
Classic. Actually, it's from 2019. I didn't play like originally.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, you sound a little similar to Ampy.
Do I? Damn, that's quite the compliment. Probably a microphone. Microphone's carrying.
I'm gonna need some tips then.
I've been using it for like a month, so it's actually very nice to know that it's
who's tanking?
Good.
Yeah, so I'm tanking. Everyone should know that this is a potentially risky dungeon. I've only ran this twice before, once with Tyler leading, once with Soda popping. This will be my 4th time tanking. I'm not the worst, but I'm also not the best. I like to play safe. I want everyone to survive. If you have feedback, interrupt over whatever discussion is going on, even if it's rude, so that we can all stay alive.
Sounds great.
We'll be fine.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. Actually, I was going to suggest, so I actually have a pretty nice dagger that I can tank with, if you prefer to DPS. And I know everyone's going to say shaman tank, what the f***, but trust me. I've tanked it before.
I've heard about tanking before with shaman. It is relatively unusual. I don't mind off meta too much. Are you also?
It's up to you guys.
Are you a good IGL as well and a shot caller? And do you know this dungeon well? And know how to
I know the dungeon pretty well. Yeah.
Well, I don't mind trying it out, to be honest. How about you guys?
Whatever, dude.
We're all fairly strong. Like
yeah. I think it's gonna be very fine.
Okay, let's see it. Shaman tanking for the first time.
All right.
Then Grubby can go cat if he wants to, though. But if Grubby wants
pump,
bear,
he'll do more damage than me, honestly.
I'll go cat, and I'll keep bear as an option in case shit hits the fan, which it most likely won't, but just in case.
Yeah, the only way it can go bad is the final part, the middle pool.
Yeah, middle pool's the riskiest potentially. The alarm bots will give a warning and then they'll run and they'll pull mobs. So try to kill them.
The alarm bots actually spawn mobs.
Oh, they spawn mobs? But they can also run and pull more, I think.
Yeah. But Swifty's death, they spawn mobs.
Okay.
And so yeah, just kill them instantly. We have like Fire Knight and Zane that both have like instant kill abilities, right?
Some people skip the creature that drops MCP.
Yeah,
want to do all bosses?
No, we'll definitely do that one. If anything, let's skip this one.
This one, I need 1 million of this apparently.
Yeah. It's gonna drop 100%. 100% drop rate.
Yeah, you promised. You promised. I wouldn't be here if you didn't say 100% MCP.
I'm sure you all know not to stand by the rock things, right? They can one-shot you.
Yes. So what number character are you guys all on?
Number 4. I have a dead mage at 19 and a live mage at 60, and then a dead priest at 44 and this guy.
Oh, nice. A live mage 60. Must feel good.
Yeah, I joined the OnlyFinks party a bit late. This is my first.
Ah, cool.
It's just 2 for you, Grubby, or what?
This is my 3rd. I have 15 warlock dead, 56 mage dead.
That sucks. I'm sorry.
Thanks, it's alright.
I guess this is my 3rd traitor as well, though, because I died on my druid, and then I got so tilted when I tried to level again. I died at level 12 as well.
Yeah. If 12s and 15s count, it's on our 3rd.
I'm still waiting on that first change from the new leader.
The first change... no, he's already done changes. You now have to run 2 dungeons a day if you're level 60, or you'll get kicked. And if you are level 60 and you do 10-man dungeons, 2 to 3 people minimum must stream. If nobody streams, it's a 10 G kick.
I actually love that.
I love that too. It's a content guild. Like, he makes sense. It's a content guild.
Exactly.
Why would 10 people go online, go into a guild, and then go dungeon and not stream? I don't even get it from any perspective except lazy, I want to chill. Didn't do my hair.
Didn't do my hair, yeah.
And I'm assuming they're not having someone else play their character.
Mischief.
I heard that. Is it really gonna collapse this one? I don't think it is.
10 seconds to blast, he says now. So it's gonna,
okay. Oh, yeah.
5 seconds.
I wasn't trying to bait anyone in, by the way.
Is it actually? Maybe you can go in.
Oh, yeah, this guy dropped Grubby's ball yesterday. So sick.
Yeah.
Oh, hopefully we get that again. It's pretty good, right?
I need to. Well, it's male, I can't wear it, but I got it anyway because it's my name.
You gotta carry that till you get to 60.
Exactly.
I'm really hoping for the engineering pattern. Or engineering schematic, I should say.
Which one? Is there a special one?
I'll link it right now.
Schematic flame deflector. Absorbs 500 fire damage. Yo, that's really good.
And it stacks with the fire protection.
Oh my god, that's so good for all the late game dungeons, no?
Late game dungeons, and of course, all the Makaras.
Are you Makarai?
Eventually.
It has a very low drop chance, 0.5%.
Yeah.
Does it go up in second phase, etc.?
That's a very good question. I'd assume it's lower. I feel like everything's just lower in P1.
Some things go up, some things go down. Ah, fuck.
What about for your mace? Do you know? What's the percentage like right now?
No, I know it's 100% this time because Tortilla promised, and then 32% on average in this phase.
I like your chances.
Supposedly I'll be farming this several times a day if I want the best pre-raid best DPS.
Yeah, we need a ton of those.
Do we really want to do that? Is that?
I don't know. Do you want to be the best or is second place all right?
Oh, that's a mean question.
I know.
It's a good question.
I'm peeking at these little cubbies to see if I can find the goblin to escort.
Oh, we didn't do this one last time.
It's a bit of experience. It's up to you guys if you want to do it.
Yeah, why not?
I'm down. I'm down.
I don't have quest. Oh, I have quest log space. Yes. There's so many mobs in each window.
Yeah, just be careful peeking.
So have you played? Okay, we got a pool of 4. Hey, something ran away. The alarm bolt ran away.
Yeah, that one's fine. It's neutral.
Oh, okay. Will it remain?
I want to say back in the day it wasn't though, so I remember this place being a lot scarier.
It's too far away.
No AoE. I'm a little nervous from the alarm bot. I don't understand its implications.
Yeah, no, I don't even think you can attack it. It's literally
Yeah, I
just,
tried.
It's cosmetic.
You think they disabled it for HC?
Yeah. Yeah, I seriously do not know where this guy is.
You can track humanoids and tell your team in exactly which room Kernobi is in. Okay. I'm tracking. Let's zoom in. Ignore that thing. I see him. He's right here. Do you see the ping?
Okay. Yeah.
Milk soft.
So it's in this room somewhere.
I see him. Kernobi.
Track humanoids is a hunter ability? Well, no one told me because I have it too.
Oh, that's a nice one.
That's pretty nice.
Any other engineers? All right, everybody got a log space?
Yeah,
yes. Yes.
And I think the nice thing about this one is that he follows you the entire time. You're not waiting on him.
Ah, good. So he's faster.
Yeah.
Alarm bot.
Goddess, bless
He said sequence activated. He's following us.
I don't know why.
Did we kill it?
I think he's bugged. No, we can't attack it at all.
This
I think
is
he's
fine as well.
bugged just 'cause
He
it's
just follows
Kernobi.
he's following his back. Just follow us back to the start of the dungeon.
Well, this alarm bot
Oh,
is...
you know what? I think there's a timer on this quest.
Oh.
And it just kills Kernobi. So
Okay. Let's go.
Go back up.
Yeah, just go back to the start of the dungeon.
It's part of the escort. Haul it back to the instance portal to complete it. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, so that's what this thing is. I guess it would help if we read it.
I don't know if it does damage to us though. Does anybody know that in chat?
I don't know. I know it explodes on when it goes back to the entrance. But if someone else can test it out. I don't.
It does do damage on us. How much? We need info. It can kill you, of course, if you're 1 HP. But will it kill us from full life? 1700.
Well, either case, just walk and attack.
And stay away from the bot.
It will like stop before it explodes though. And then
patrol.
No, it's 20 seconds. You see.
Oh yeah. T minus 20. Go. Everyone, ignore the mobs. It's gonna explode in 20. We're too late.
Okay,
maybe
he's running.
Maybe it's trolling.
Quick.
Oh wait, it just blew up. We're good.
Yeah, I think it's trolling. I don't know. Maybe chat is trolling as well. I don't even know at this point.
Do we have to walk out?
Walk like to here.
All the way here. Everyone here. Oh, nice. Okay.
Alright, easy. I think this is back in Booty Bay.
We gotta turn that into Booty Bay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So how are you getting aggro?
Just with Rock Biter. It's all the weapon enchant. And the dagger attacks so fast.
Does aggro work by the amount of times you auto attack, or how much damage you do, or both?
Both, and then I also have Earth Shock, which is basically my taunt.
Yes.
That's a lot of like initial damage.
So you can only aggro one mob at a time?
As long as people don't attack the other one, yeah.
Okay, this is good info.
Just rely on my slow shades.
The only problem is that later on in this raid, I'm gonna be screwed. Because every mob but the main one's gonna hit me.
Oh, no. Trust me, I have stuff in my toolkit. You're good.
Okay.
I got grenades, dummy, fire nova.
Who was it that said they're gonna be screwed?
Oh,
Alfie.
Alfie. Alfie is heal. Oh, okay, because you're always drawing aggro from everybody, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the nice thing with my Stone Claw. As long as you guys just attack the main target, we're good.
I don't have
And we have 2 taunts as well, though, so it's fine.
We can just jeep every pool too.
Yeah, like if things go wrong, Tortilla can jump in and use big cooldowns, right? 5 minute, 10 minute, 30-minute cooldown.
Yeah.
Yeah, so later on we're gonna reach packs that are like 6 of them, but they're non-elites. That might be like a Fire Knight angle, just slowly blizzard them. If you, assuming you have improved blizzard, yeah, I see him.
All right.
I want to pull him right now. Turn him for you, trying to.
This is okay. I can get behind. Thanks.
Damn, nice damage. Oh, the boots!
Nice. I love this item on my mage. Rested in peace, may it be his name.
Yeah, Alfie, this is gonna last you till...
Passed.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I have Spire Silk with minor speed.
Alright, well,
Fire needs
it.
Good.
Minor speed increase. But you could have speed increased the one you just rolled if you get another
Yeah,
enchant.
but like, we don't have supplies to make those.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I was thinking of hitting my supplier up for a second hit. Because I found improvement for all the stuff someone enchanted for me.
Yeah, the small radiant shard is like super hard to get. You have to like run RFDs or whatever.
I see. Do you do like Guinness Book World Record stuff in old school RuneScape?
I mean, I like definitely do well on high scores whenever there's like an event or something.
But is it like, is Guinness a meaningful record holding thing, or is it like other record websites, speedrun websites?
Hang on,
We
alert.
have a alert system here.
Okay, let's focus. Yeah, stay left. Hug the left wall.
Yeah, just hug left. I'll bring the mobs to you guys. This might be a triple. Oh, actually, good sheep, good sheep.
Okie dokie.
But yeah, I don't think there's a Guinness like RuneScape thing.
Sure. There's another website that tracks, or am I thinking wrong? Like how the competition for speedrunning goes.
I mean, there's just like RuneScape's website, but there's not like.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna hit one, and then Stoneclaw will get the other one. Just try to focus the Earthshocked one.
Focusing.
If we do a massive pull, we leave party, speed potion, and run.
Yes.
Yeah, let's just make sure we call that as a team, because even if it's like 4 or 5, we got it.
If it's I mean,
they're
the
all
thing
coming
is, like,
from the side, and yeah, it's
Grubby. If you off tank, like it's not a problem.
Yeah.
You mean big mobs?
Yeah, we have 3 tanks, so we kind of have to pull very big to actually be in trouble.
Okay.
And we have target dummies. We have very much like toolkit.
Okay.
The toolkit. We have a mage.
Greetings.
It's a very safe party. This party.
I don't have.
Will be good practice for late game dungeons if it happens.
Yeah, it's better to practice in low dungeons than the later dungeons. The later dungeons are way more unforgiving. You've seen how fast the Summit died there.
Yeah, I saw that. Summit, Soda, they both died really, really fast. Makes it feel like League of Legends rather than WoW. Shaman tank, what the fuck is
Got a
this tank?
sentry on
SOD?
the right, we might pull it.
Yeah, we're back in the SOD, boys. This is not hardcore anymore.
Funny enough, that is what I did in SOD, but yeah, just minus 90% of the HP, damage, and tankiness.
I don't have enough energy.
It was meta?
Yeah, shamans were just like the god class in SOD. So here is where it's a bit of a maze. Besides the electrocutioner over here, we might be roaming around to find your manual crowd pummeler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was told yesterday where it was, but it's difficult to
Here we
keep
go.
track of where everything is.
I'm just gonna grenade pool.
I think I might actually be able to find where it is. I think it's the one on the left.
Yeah, we just got one boss right here in the middle, to the right of us, and then we'll go back there.
Okay.
This guy drops a decent ring, I think.
Greetings, friend.
For Alfie, anyway.
Oh, I'm good. My rings are... Actually, no, we'll replace one. I still have the seals of the lungs.
Ah. 8 stamina, 3 strength?
Yeah, I think that one's better.
This one's a little better, not much.
Like, I think this one's better, yeah.
Yeah, but not much.
Ooh.
Hey, there you go.
There you go.
40 health.
Is it 40 health? It's 80 health, actually.
So it's 40 health I lose.
Oh.
By wearing this.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure, yeah.
That's fine. The spirit will make up for that.
Alright.
Honestly, it probably will, yeah. Unless you get burst in a second. That's so unlikely.
Unless you could have lived with 40 health.
Yeah, priests never get burst in raids.
Yeah, but that's
Dungeon.
raids. You're not going to keep this that long.
Sorry, I meant dungeons.
Okay.
Yeah, in RuneScape they're the same thing. So like, when I say raids, I don't mean like the 40 mans.
Yeah, sure. I keep messing them up too.
Well, what do you call them?
I mean, I called every dungeon raid for like 150 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a lot of new terminology. I don't think I've really done... I mean, all I've done is dungeons. So I don't know why I called it raids. Because I played Diablo 1, 2, 3, they're all dungeons, not raids. But for some reason,
Right.
once I started playing WoW, I called everything a raid. Don't know why.
The only raid we've done is like the 10-man UBRS, right? Well, I think
Is that a raid?
I think so. 10-man raid, right? I don't know.
A lot of people die there. Today was pretty deadly for our level 60s. Or
Yeah.
almost 60s.
Yeah,
Seems
honestly.
to be low level today, I think.
I think it was 5 people level 45 plus that died.
I woke up this morning, logged in for a bit, as you do. Saw there was 2 Fangsleys that died in UBRS, I believe as well. 2 level 60s.
You're just logging in and checking, let's see who died. Logging in and like...
Well, I handed in some quests, you know, just kind of streamline the beginning of the stream day. It's stream prep. Honestly, it's work.
All right, the moment of truth.
Oh yeah, this is glass. He has a knockback, but that glass can't break. Luckily for us.
Hopefully.
Tortilla, you promised. I have bad vibes Hearth out if he doesn't drop MCP.
Oh shit.
No need. It's a glass,
No
Fire
need.
Knight. MCP Pog. It's dropping.
Grubby needs to loot it though. Grubby needs to loot the boss. Don't loot the boss.
Yeah, I'm not looting.
Damn it!
Someone looted the boss.
Dang.
That was not Grubby, right?
That was me.
Goddamn. Unlucky.
On the bright side,
we guess we'd go back tomorrow.
You lied to me!
Those boots.
There's an elevator, right?
Yeah.
It's a mage.
I'll show you guys something cool, don't worry.
Alright, looking.
That scared the crap out of me.
Wait, how do you have that? Oh, it's from the New Year's?
It's from New Year's.
Yep.
How many do you have?
I stocked up, so for all I know, it's probably in the thousands.
Really?
It doesn't show a quantity.
It doesn't show quantity, but you stocked up many.
I just did as long as I could until my fingers fell off.
I feel like we're getting an insight a little bit into the type of personality you have.
I try, but don't give me too much credit. I just listen to the guild Discord.
But still, not everyone would do it. This says something about you. It's a
yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I didn't say it was good.
Oh. I'm definitely sweaty, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. No, I think it's good.
The tank has to be sweaty, right?
I think so.
Although sadly, nobody will trust me to tank anything above this.
IQ grade.
SM is also tankable as Shaman.
Yeah, I could do SM.
I like off meta.
After that,
I like off meta until it doesn't work. Then I blame the off meta. That's fair, right?
Well, that's why you have a
That's
pharaoh,
fair.
right? You just make him go bare form. But you take the credit. Say you tank. Yeah, so Grubby, I'm gonna rely on you to get the mines. No pressure.
Yeah, me and Grubby can get the mines.
No problem.
Oh, yeah, just because you're the fastest attacker.
It's only.
I think Fire Knight wanted to do it.
It's only 300 damage, by the way.
Yeah, but there can be multiple mines.
Yeah.
Alright, this is the scary part.
We can also go
Yeah, it's
press all
alright.
the buttons, but
I
shouldn't
got
be
the
needed.
fire resistance ring. We should be good.
It's not those mines. These mob spawns mines that we have to attack Grubby on the ground.
We can do a couple pulls back to this room.
But there's a mob soon that will spawn mines in the ground.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Several
I think
mines.
it's basically just you.
Those dark iron agents will drop
Dark
like
iron
3-4
agents.
mines.
Yeah.
Normally, I like to send in a ranged to kill them, but you're sending me. Okay, I will go in.
I will as well. It takes like 7
I mean, I'm
seconds.
not gonna ignore them. It's just, I mean, I think it has like 100 HP, right? So it's literally just one auto attack. For the mage, it's kind of like you either wand for 10 damage or you fire blast for 200. So.
Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about the bombs from the final boss. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Yeah, I was talking about these. Yeah, Fire Knight. You can just sheep any of them, to be honest. Yep, anything. And then just run to my Stone Claw. Hopefully, it'll tank a couple hits.
I have no mana for cat form. It's okay. Just give me another 2 seconds.
Don't worry, bro. I got you.
This is the mine. Yeah, I already
Yeah, I got the mine.
Oh, they're dead. Oh, they have a corpse after they're dead.
Mines. More mines.
But the sheep is coming back. We're gonna need a little rebuff sesh after, at least on me. I didn't know you can AoE the mines, actually. That's pretty nice. That it was just single target.
I wonder why you thought that, because I thought the same, but it's based on Warcraft 3 knowledge, where summons like
I
this...
have not touched Warcraft 3, yeah.
Right, no, but I'm assuming it's from different source, but you have an assumption that they can't be AoE'd, and it's the same in Dub C3, because you have to auto-attack them there as well.
See, there you go.
Yeah,
that's my knowledge.
What about totems? Totems, can they be AoE'd?
Totems you can't AoE, no.
Yeah,
that's where I got it from.
Yeah. And that's the same as in Warcraft 3.
Well, yeah.
And
Rend, Heartsoning,
Hearthing out, yeah.
Swifty died here recently, I saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the alarm system.
Did you pull the right side or how?
They were on the right side. There was an alarm system. It pulled in 6 to 10 more mobs or something.
Oh, he got netted, right? And it was just like staring at the...
There is a wait spot jumping up here.
Can you show me?
Jumping on the ledge. Yeah, you can just like jump on any ledge here like that.
How do you jump on? Do I need to become Tauren? Probably.
No, you don't have to, but it's like easier, I guess.
This does
it's
not look
easier
jumpable.
It's easier if you jump like diagonally, like downwards, you know. And then you have to
Oh my
let go of
god.
your button, yeah. So you jump, let it go of W, and then you jump again.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And then you're kind of safe, I guess.
Now you're ready to go to Mount Hyjal.
Yeah.
Let's just focus nullifier.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to focus with sweeping. Reflect. Yeah, you reflect.
Fire, you're the only caster, you're good, man.
Stop AoE reflect.
The inside voices. Oh, there it is.
You get it?
Ah.
Yeah.
All right,
Good.
so we'll have to go back to the gnome area.
We can go back to the gnome area thing. Yeah.
Oh.
I have major PTSD of going back to a raid once I'm finished.
We have been fast
Wait,
though.
you don't want to go back?
You've died before because what? You run through the Scarlet Monastery?
No, it was ZF. It was ZF. After the scarabs.
Is ZF? Dude, everyone's been getting screwed over in ZF, man. You know, it's funny. This is my first time playing WoW the last 5 weeks. Or has it been 3 months? I don't know. But it's been the first It's been the first time, but every time I enter a dungeon, people are like, this is the most dangerous one yet. This one.
I know.
Right? But I think for Zul'Farrak, like, if I now give a new player advice, I would say every dungeon can be dangerous, but especially be careful of Zul'Farrak. When it comes to the let's say, 50 plus dungeons.
Yeah, just ask Pika, dude. He knows.
Yep.
I think Sunken Temple is the one that really scares me. Have you done that yet, Grubby?
Yeah.
I don't know if you did that on your mage.
Yeah, done it a couple of times, but we had a very knowledgeable and mostly knew the way tank. Skilled.
Oh yeah, that makes all the difference.
Yeah, and we still got lost.
Patrol is running up the ramp.
But let's say he didn't play fast and loose with our lives or direction, so it worked. Can I now lead a tank there, Xane? No.
Yeah. I would never feel comfortable tanking that.
Yeah.
Even as a warrior.
Even as a shaman?
I don't even think I could off-tank the dragon. What's the name? Aranicus?
Oh, Shade of Aranicus, yeah.
Yeah.
We had the longest prep ever for that one. We had a tank and an off-tank, which is a draft we specifically took into that dungeon for that reason. And they discussed how they were gonna flip aggro between them to make sure that nobody else ever got attacked. That's what most people do, yeah. Chat, do you remember, was it Dendi and Death Row, or did we have another second tank? Maybe it was I Dare You, actually.
The pro plays that the off tank taunts right before the sleep comes, and then the main tank and the off tank sleeps.
Ah, that makes sense. And would you know when?
You can have like DBM timers, like an add-on.
Ah, sure.
Can we hug the left side here? We can actually just pull one half.
Yeah, if you just pull like left, then you don't pull everything.
Yeah, just hug left. This is a shaman's range spell. Just lightning bolt, rank 1 lightning bolt.
Something like 80 mana.
80 mana for like 5 damage.
Shard.
This is actually my first drink of the entire dungeon.
Pretty efficient.
Yeah. All right, going in.
I just realized I should probably be stealthing on all of these as well.
You can if you want to ravage. Oh, you don't have it? Do you have it?
I have yes, I have. I just got it. Ravage.
Ravage.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah, so I should.
You're on bombs fire. We're good.
I should have been using it. But I've never used it in a dungeon yet, so.
If you're a good mage, the bombs will never reach us.
Avoid the
You
bombs at all
actually die
costs.
from one hit?
No, it's 300 damage. We tested it yesterday.
Help kill God.
I had no plans of getting hit, but yeah, I was like, there's no way.
You can press these buttons on the outside to prevent, for some time, bombs from that direction. This is to make it easier.
Yeah. We have like super good damage though, so
Yeah.
will die super fast.
Grubby, after this hardcore adventure, do you think you'd ever play SOD?
Yeah, why not?
I'm coming in, watch out. Oh shit,
I think that'd be nice.
Much more fast-paced.
I think you're the first to ask it. Usually people ask, would you do retail? I didn't know SOD was still being played.
Yeah, it is. The thing with retail... Okay, you're good, don't worry. The thing with retail is it's just a completely different game, so I wouldn't even... Like, I wouldn't ask
Let's go back here for the quest.
Season of Discovery is sadly slowly dying. Blizzard's trying to kill it.
Blizzard is trying to kill it.
Well, let me ask it this way. What's more alive, Season of Discovery or Warcraft 3? Because Warcraft 3 is alive.
That's because you are doing like challenges against the 1v1s and doing only one hero and only one ability and stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's the content life of Warcraft 3. That one is currently, from my side, dead at least, because I'm playing WoW. My feeling towards Reforged in 2019 and 20, I've been thinking a lot about that, as you may imagine. I know this is not akin to parental abandonment, adoption, divorce, and so on. So don't get me wrong when I use the T word, but it was actually traumatic. In a way. And not
Okay,
because
why?
not because it's such a like bad thing to happen. Boo-hoo, a game didn't turn out the way you would like, right? Like if you narrow it down to its small facts without the intent to take it seriously, then it's a ridiculous thing to claim. But when you look at how I and many other people that love Warcraft 3 beyond all logical reason, beyond any scope of it's just a game, who cares, play something else, it's much more than that. It's been so much more meaningful. It's a testament to how well Blizzard made the game and built around it. Then when you compare the hopes that you had and then the shock that you got, yeah, it was actually traumatic. Like, you think about it a lot and it means more to you than, you know, many other things that people think are more important. That's just how it is. But since then, you get over it, you process it, and you realize you still love the game. So there's no need to like get stuck in that mindset. And now I'm happy with what is left of it. And recently they started patching it, Blizzard. They put a team on it, they put some people on it, and they started patching it and recovering some things again. No, I was very mad, Fire Knight. I was very mad. It takes a special kind of fuckery to ruin Warcraft 3, even in a small way. And they did it.
That was a speech from the heart, dude. Holy.
That's passion right there.
Yeah, that's passion, dude.
Funny story, in 2021, a year after the game came out, I decided to, for stream content, I drank one beer on stream for the first time ever. I don't drink on stream, I barely drink at all. And then we were gonna do an anniversary of Reforged party. And my wife asked me not to do it because she didn't think it'd be good. But I really wanted to like do different content, not just play every day, and I thought it's gonna be fun. I thought I could deal with it maturely and balanced and everything. I got so tilted when I saw everything that was broken. I went through what Reforged brought and what it destroyed. I did like a 2-hour stream. Viewership was about average as usual. And after I was done with the anniversary stream, I was so omega super tilted that I couldn't play Warcraft 3 for 3 months.
And their wife is like, yeah, I told you.
I told you so. As usual. She's like, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I'm like, why didn't you tell me? She said I did. I'm like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't have enough.
That's good.
Well.
Yeah, everything's a respawn.
He already.
Wait, everything's respawn. This is crazy. Ah, okay.
Shall we just hearth out?
Idea then. Yeah, let's hear that. Everybody have it up, right?
Yeah, have it up.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks
It's
for
only
the...
like small. It's only like small mobs, but yeah.
Thanks for the dungeon, guys.
Yeah, thank you guys.
See you again for our next one.
Yeah, maybe I'll see you for SM tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Sounds good. Maybe we will. Hey, good night.
No more tomorrow. Bye bye.
Good night, guys.
Speak quickly.
Speak quickly. Let's go to Hillsbrad, boys. Okay, Dungarock Riflemen are down here, and Mountaineer and Priest as well. So let's go south. All right, Rifleman, let's kill him. Stealth, Tiger's Fury, and then Ravage. Rake.
I don't have enough energy.
Claw. Potion. Ah, combo points stay even when you go into Druid form. And Rip does more damage than Ferocious Bite. Man, what is this schizo bad? What's this schizo bot thing?
The highlight of my evening, less than 3.
Hey. Thanks for the sub, Snuggles TV. I kind of had to parse that. I'm glad that my stream is a big highlight for you. Dungarock, oof, Death Zone. Nah, we gonna be alright. Captain Ironhill. Yeah, he's with 3 others. Are you curious about the Alliance and the areas they level? Absolutely. I've only seen 60% of the world, right? Also, one of the best takeaways from WoW is that it's fun to play games with other cool people. Would be great to see you apply that to Dota and other games. Yeah, because when I was playing Dota, I didn't much value playing with others, did I?
Not enough energy. I don't have enough.
This guy has a name, Tamra Stormpike. He's a named mob. Fairy Fire Kappa. That's a rare elite. Oh, cool. So he's gonna drop an epic? Oh my god, it's a green! 4 stamina, 5 strength. I thought it was gonna be my first epic. If I I can't pull them from afar. I have to pull them with my own body. Then I can re-aggro one. They should turn around except for one. You know, I have a question, right? How does it work? If a creature stands still, Ampy said, wait, is he online? Ampy is not online? If a creature stands still, they are supposed to reset their leash mechanic. But is that true for a shooter or only for melee? Melee only? Yeah, because I was watching Gingy's Zul'Farrak farming, and he was showing how to bait the boss to keep casting Shadow Bolt and stop. And I saw the amount of times it stood still for 2 seconds, and it didn't compute that the boss would lose aggro. So that's a melee thing then. Which was my guess, and you guys are confirming it. Can you take on the captain on your own? I think so, yeah. For sure. But I don't know where he is.
Not ready yet.
He's at the center of the place, not soloable. 2 or 3 ants. But I can just proximity aggro every mob in the dungeon and only aggro him. And then everyone else will return, will be happy forever, and he will be the one that follows us all the way out, and then we kill him over here. I'll still probably have a better chance to live than Pika on his mounted run through Zul'Farrak. But perhaps not enough to risk it. Hey, what's up, Guzu? Lol. Guzu, I've been watching some of your stream. It's good stuff, man. Hope we get to play together sometime. Oh, that's sick, man. We should definitely do that. Just don't die on your druid in Dun Garak. Boss has different spawn points, by the way. Alright. I'll try not to die. Oh, that's our first mountaineer. Go before you lose the world buff. Yeah, that's true. We should rush. A wise man once said, only fools rush in. But people that have Doomhammer's buff, or Warchief's Blessing, not Doomhammer, Thrall's Blessing, also. You can ask your wife for permission to go Goblin mode again? Yeah. Oh, there's two right here. Yeah. Everything is harmonious here in the kingdom, guys. But I would be lying if I said that doing 12-hour streams every day would probably take a toll on the amount that I get to see my wife. Didn't I just accept? Oh, I just have to hit this. So I can't do that every day.
Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy. Not enough energy.
Nice name. Good strap. Get him, Twizzle. Why can a hunter have two pets? Yeah, nice one. Be careful, your level is fine, but the hunter could pull the second floor in the room with the siege tanks. Wait, I remember this quest? Or is this a similar architecture as one I did before on my druid? The hunter could pull the second floor, ah. Did I do this one together with Milkheart on my mage? Is there like a king with 4 people around him down here? Oh, I do remember this place. But maybe there's a similar architecture. Isn't there one like this in the Barrens? I need to lock in for this one. Thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate that, Singularity Spy. The more Twitch Primes get used, the more likely we are to survive this. Long battle bow. A lot of greens here. Come on up here. Come on up here. Okay, we are 1% likely to survive this. Thank you very much. Jules. Rip. We still have thorns. We should refresh thorns. Give a heal. We've used everything. We've used everything. We're getting healing. A lot of dudes up there. Let's pull this one. I'm using Cat because it's faster damage. I take more damage, but it's faster. Thank you very much, BirdBoy0. Bro, this is a mistake. Named map will pump. What's he gonna pump? If we do not limit test, if we do not take some risks, calculated risks, then we will never do great things in the game. Okay? We will not be able to deal with the greater risks. at level 60. Yes, respawn will block our escape. I'm aware. We need to make sure we don't need to escape.
I don't have enough energy.
There's not going to be a lot of respawns right here in this chamber. We just need to keep enough juice. How much is this going to heal? 304. You can turn off low energy? Yeah, I know. I don't want. We still have War Chief Blessing. We got everything we need. I love Fairy Fire pools, man. They're so convenient. Careful when Blessing drops. Yes, I have 16 minutes. That should be enough for this dungeon. 14 attack power. I'm gonna roll need on that. That seems interesting. I'll think about it later. I don't know if I can pull this. Okay, that's everything.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that. That spell is already.
Good. Good shit, huh? We good? This is what we do.
Not enough rage.
We did this. We did this. Nice shit, nice shit. Anything else? We just need some... One Mountaineer, that's it. Let's heal ourselves. No! Sergeant Pepper died! No fucking way! I like that one a lot. Oh my god. Alright. Lock in, lock in, lock in. Good Strap relies on us to get out of here safely. We watch this later. We focus up.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Zug zug. Okie dokie.
Sergeant Pepper was also the one that helped us enchant. I was actually hoping he would enchant again. I lost my dealer.
Not enough rage.
He's really nice. I was getting attacked from the back. I didn't notice for a second I was getting attacked from the back.
Not enough rage.
Risky stuff. Which way is out? That's an elite rifleman too. They're all elite. Sergeant Pepper said, disconnected farming radiant shard that I didn't even need while fighting grey mobs. Shit. I mean, that's the ultimate boss. Why are we pulling new ones all the time? My guy is waking up a lot of new ones. Luckily, I'm overleveled for this shit. I think Hunter pulled like 3-4 new ones in. It's kind of sick. Oh, there's another one. Yo, let's start moving away from here. Alright. I'll pull one more in. I guess it's my job to also pull to safer area, which is away from here. Okay. Let's run.
My mana is low. Not enough mana.
Trying to save my dude here. We'll just keep waking up new ones. That was not that close, guys, but it's good to get away like that.
I don't have enough energy.
Wanna do this together?
Not enough energy. I don't have.
Careful with these. Yeah, are these the ones that have immolation, return damage shield? Actually, I lost quite a lot of health. Where did my health go? Holy crap. Jesus. We need to find a bloodstone marble. Are they in their bunghole, or are they on the floor somewhere? Let me read this quest. Prison break-in. Find the traitors and recover their artifacts. Alright. The thieves broke into a secure vault. They stole artifacts. Okay, but how do... Oh, there it is. There it is. Richter.
Not enough energy.
Stone token quest here, you abandoned? Oh. No, yeah, you're right. Hey, do you have stone token quest? Can share? Careful catching these guys, yeah. Oh, lifesaver. Should sharing quests be allowed in hardcore, guys? Since we're making a hardcore argument anyway. I mean, it's kind of a gateway drug towards petrification potion, I think. If you really want the hardcore experience, I mean, should you really be allowed to just pick up your quest out in the wilds? No looking at other players. It's a little bit of time inconvenience.
I don't have enough.